And so with that being said, we can move forward with the calendar. And so next thing is roll call. So with that being said, senators, when I call your name, please ensure that you raise your hand so I can record you as present. Senator Adamik. Senator Murcia. Senator Macmillan. Senator McKay. Senator Quillen. Senator Conda. Senator Bateman. Senator Hanks. Senator Little. Senator Lavender. Senator Selva. Senator Colvin. Senator Rossi. Senator Mouget. Senator Mouget. Senator Tillman. Senator Tillman. Mouget is present. Got it. Oh, and it was Madison Mouget, not you, Peter. And then Senator Wilkinson. Senator Palacio. Senator England. Senator Wang. Senator KP Yanam. Senator Yanam, are you present? Okay, see your hand. Senator Lowry. Senator Lowry. Senator Shanahan. Senator Easer. Senator Easer. Senator Ryan. Senator Ryan is in the waiting room. Senator Alvarez. Senator John Alvarez. Senator Capallo. Senator Leckey. Senator Sam. Senator Ashley Gonzalez. Senator Denton. Senator Martin. Senator Adams. Senator Dotson. Senator Dotson. Senator Garcia. Senator Garcia. All right, seeing none. Senator Bogle. Senator Bogle. Senator Bogle, please raise your hand so we know you're present. Senator Diaz. Senator Alexander. Senator Krueger. Senator Dean. Senator Sylvia. Senator Kuznier. Senator Ascanio Martinez. Senator Murray. Senator Murray. Senator Medley Neyra. Senator Tooks. Senator Tooks. All right, Senator Ross. Senator Chabot. Senator Chabot, yes. Okay, Senator Peter Mouget. Senator Gabadage. Senator Gabriel. Senator Waters. Senator Stinson. I think he's going to be a little late. Senator Gonzalez, Robert Gonzalez. Senator Robert Gonzalez is not on call. Senator Rudd. Senator Rudd is present. Senator Porter. And then Senator Kill. She's not present. All right, give me one moment so I can verify quorum. We have 40 senators present. So with that being said, quorum has been verified. So we will be moving into the corrections and approval of the journal from July 8th. Is there a motion to approve the journal? Senator Mouget.
Yes. I didn't know my hand was raised, but yes.
All right, so moved. And then Senator Lavender, were you in a second?
Second.
All right, with that, are there any objections to the approval of the journal? Senator Silva, are you objecting?
No, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No worries. So with that being said, we are about to move into the student and non-budgeted RSO comments. Okay, Senator Dean. Senator Dean, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. So for the sake of being able to hear everyone and still conduct all the Senate business that hasn't been able to be conducted up to now, I'd like to place a 1.5 minute time restraint on opening comments, please.
So 1 minute and 30 seconds. Is there a second to that motion? Senator Gonzalez?
Yeah, so seconded.
All right. Are there any objections to the motion to restrict open comments 1 minute and 30 seconds per person? Senator Silva, is this an objection?
Yes, I don't think that's fair. There's been a lot of upset that they've been given limited time already. I think 3 minutes or between 2 or 3 minutes would be much better than 1.5.
All right, with that being said, Senator Silva, Senator Dean, do you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, just for the sake of time, I withdraw my motion. And if the Senate President permits, I'd like to propose a new motion.
All right, with that being said, your motion has been withdrawn and you are recognized for a new motion.
I'd like to propose a time limit of 2 minutes on opening comments, please.
All right, 2 minutes. And with that, is there a second to that? Senator Gonzalez.
So seconded.
All right, are there any objections to the 2 minute restriction on open comments? All right, seeing none, we will be moving into open comments. I have a list on my email, so it's pulled up. So when I say your name, please ensure, yes, Senator Murcia.
Point of personal privilege. Could Mr. President please check his messages? Thank you.
All right, so with that, Senator Kuznier.
Just a brief point of information. How many people signed up officially through the Qualtrics to speak this evening?
Roughly looking at it, because there's no like physical number next to each one of the names, I would estimate about 25 minimum of people who are on this list. And it is, open comment and non-budget RSO comments is open only to students to speak. And so therefore, I do expect that potentially after those 25, there will be some other students who maybe didn't get an opportunity to speak who would like to. So we will ensure, actually it's around 40. I apologize.
Thank you.
No worries. So with that being said, are there any further senators wishing to make a motion or speak? Senator Murcia?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No worries. Um, with that being said, we are now in open comments, student and non-budgeted RSO comments, and I will be starting off with the list I have. And again, if I call your name off of the list, please raise your hand. And in doing so, I will remind you you have 2 minutes for your comment. So first person on the list is Cindy Chamides.
I am
Cindy,
here.
give me 1 moment so I can pull up my timer. Just because you're the first speaker, just give me 1 moment.
All good.
All right, whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Cindy and I'm a junior. At FSU, I have been afraid to openly reveal myself as a Jewish student for too long. I want to tell you what anti-Semitism looks like and feels like to me as a Jew. I've been scared to tell others about my Jewish and Zionist identity in fears of being rejected from social opportunities, being an outcast in class discussions, or being bullied by those who disagree with my religious beliefs. I am exhausted by the anti-Semitism. There have been swastikas found in the bathrooms of our school. Our own student Senate president compared Israelis to Nazis and used the Holocaust for his own political agenda. I've personally been harassed and cyberbullied for physically standing next to an Israeli flag. Also, a leader in SGA tweeted that we are rich white hypocrites, spreading an ugly stereotype that Jews are greedy and of European descent, which is not the case. And it is not just me. 42% of American Jews reported feeling less secure than they did a year ago, and 88% of American Jews reported that anti-Semitism is a problem in the United States. Resolution 59 is important to the Jewish community, and its passage is a strong step toward inclusivity on our campus. The fact that we came out last Wednesday, shared our opinions, and waited for 5 hours for an important resolution that wasn't even voted on, it's disrespectful to not only the Jewish community and our allies, but to the student body our Senate represents. The IHRA definition reflects my experiences with anti-Semitism as a Jewish student at FSU. Please vote yes on Resolution 59 tonight. Do not consider amendments that our community has not agreed to. By passing the Increasing Jewish Representation Resolution as currently written, the Senate can take the first important step towards dismantling the anti-Semitic culture at FSU and make Jewish students feel safe and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment with that. You had 13 seconds left, but however, they have expired due to you not speaking. Beyond that, we'll be moving on to our next person on the list. The next one is Karen Bard. Karen, whenever you are ready. Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you. I hear you and I see you.
Okay, perfect. Good evening. My name is Karen Bard, and I'm speaking tonight as the president of the newly founded Jewish Student Union. Though I am proud to be working with some of the most tenacious and passionate members of the Jewish community, I am saddened that it is the hate of anti-Semitism that catalyzed the creation of a JSU on our campus. I myself have been called names and slurs throughout my entire life, including today, just for holding the identity of being Jewish. But make no mistake, I am a proud Jewish woman. Though anti-Semitism has hurt me in the past, present, and likely future, I will not let it define me, which brings me to today. Today, you will all have the opportunity to define anti-Semitism, not restrict it or limit speech of any kind, but simply recognize anti-Semitism for what it is. This is about more than a definition. This is the opportunity to set a standard that FSU will no longer be a place for hate speech of any kind. I urge you to consider the student body, 10% of whom are Jewish, some scared to return to campus. We are people, and our identity is valid. As a body, this student senate should respect that. Tonight is not about politics, personal beliefs, or the conflict. Tonight is about showing the Jewish community the same kindness and decency shown to every other group on campus. Tabling or abstaining will just cause more anguish and harm for the Jewish community, so please, use your voice to vote tonight. Thank you.
With that being said, your time has expired. Thank you for coming today, Karen. Our next speaker is going to be Evan Weinstein. Evan, are you on the call?
Okay, hold on.
Oh, no worries. We can come back to you and let the next speaker speak first if you need a moment. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm good.
All right. So with that being said, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Evan.
All right, so good evening. My name is Evan Weinstein. I'm a rising senior studying psych and family child sciences at Florida State. I'm Jewish, and I was also diagnosed with high-functioning autism at a young age. I feel unheard, unrepresented, and unsafe. Society is becoming more diverse, inclusive, and accepting, slowly but surely, but I feel not enough is happening at FSU. Anti-Semitism should not be happening in 2020. And that is why I'm speaking here tonight, to have this resolution passed. Tonight, I urge all senators to please vote yes on Resolution 59, the resolution with a plan to increase Jewish representation at Florida State. If you haven't already, tonight you will hear this resolution slandered as a way to silence people that are against Jewish self-determination in the form of a state, otherwise known as Zionism. The IRHA working definition of anti-Semitism reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students at FSU, has been adopted by countless mainstream Jewish organizations, and is officially recognized by governments all over the world, including the U.S. Department of State under the Obama administration. Resolution 59 also asks the Senate to appoint a Senate liaison from the Jewish Student Union, as well as implement diversity training for elected leaders. The resolution expresses the need for diversity and bias training in the Senate and promises to actively implement that. This is valuable because tragically anti-Semitism is on the rise around the United States, and FSU is no exception to that spike in hatred. I thank the senators who authored and co-sponsored this resolution for recognizing the need to this. Please take a meaningful step toward a more diverse and inclusive Florida State. Please vote yes on Resolution 59. I yield my time.
Thank you. With that being said, your time has expired, and we'll be moving on to the next speaker on our list of student speakers. Next, we have Catherine Judge. Catherine, are you on the call? I know last time she was on is Daisy. All right, she is not on the call. So we'll be moving forward with the list of names. Nicole Shrem. Nicole, are you on the call? Nicole, you hear us?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nicole Shrem, and I'm the social media coordinator for Hillel at FSU and the vice president of programming for the Jewish Student Union. I'm a rising sophomore majoring in marketing. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of Hillel at FSU and the Jewish Student Union, which both stand firmly behind Resolution 59. We believe that Resolution 59 and the use of the IHRA definition will help support Jewish students. This conversation has nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We believe that for most Jewish students, the IHRA definition aligns undoubtedly with our experiences of anti-Semitism and hatred against Jews. We've heard concerns that the IHRA definition stifles criticism of Israel. This is not the case. It specifically states criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. That is, individuals are free to criticize Israel as they would to any other government. In fact, we believe that the strongest supporters of Israel, or indeed of any democratic government, criticize that government. Criticism is important, allowed, and frankly, we encourage it. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is on the rise and getting harder to spot. Sometimes hatred against the Jewish people is confusingly masked as criticism of the Israeli government. We will not accept the scapegoating of the Jewish state any more than we will accept the scapegoating of a Jewish person. Ultimately, unchallenged anti-Semitic speech encourages the belief that discrimination, prejudice, or an attack against any group of people is acceptable. This is dangerous and unjust for all of us. There's no better time to take action than now. Our actions tonight are a critical stepping stone in creating a long-term investment for FSU's campus climate, and at the end of the day, in supporting human rights. Hillel at FSU supports Resolution 59 and the Jewish Student Union, and the IHRA definition without reservation. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Your time actually had just expired, so I appreciate you for being on point. With that being said, it's been brought to my attention that Cortland Culver is both Catherine Judge and Cortland. So therefore, we'll allow Daisy to speak, and then we'll re-recognize the same person to speak as another individual, because it's two people on the same call. So with that being said, Daisy, are you with us?
Yes. Before I speak, could I ask for just a quick question?
Yeah, what was the question?
There's a state representative on the calls, Stark, and I was just out of priority first time, the student budget's 80 minutes, and I think it would be respectful as the Senate to possibly let him speak first before all the other students, since he's taking his time on us today. Is that possible?
So to address that concern, within the Student Senate, it's not permissible to allow a state representative to speak because of the fact that this is a Student Senate meeting. Students are permitted to speak. Alumni are permitted to, or not necessarily alumni, I apologize. Students, faculty, and staff are permitted to speak at our meetings. However, he's only granted the privilege of being in attendance, not the privilege of speaking. So I do thank you for bringing up that concern. However, you may begin your 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'll start now. Christians United for Israel FSU is a student-led organization. Our mission is to inspire self-identifying Christians with educational opportunities regarding Israel and the conflict. We are advocates for peace in the region and for the Jewish people's right to self-determination. We work very hard to be close allies of the Jewish people, an underrepresented group of systemically oppressed people, and we do that by asking questions in educating ourselves. As a leader within CUPI at FSU, it has been expressed to us that the vast majority of the Jewish community on campus view us as a legitimate ally because we practice true allyship and work closely with the Jewish students at FSU, which is why we're named on the resolution. SJP, a political non-Jewish organization many Jewish students view as hate group, is already named on the resolution. Senators, might I remind you that SJP at FSU's president assaulted me, labeled me as a Nazi, and held me personally responsible for the shooting that occurred in Pittsburgh within the first 5 minutes of her interaction with me. As many of you senators know me personally, you know those accusations do not ring true to who I am as a person. In your considerations of the commentary by students today, remember that a large group of students speaking today is led by someone that makes rash decisions about students on our campus without a chance for extended dialogue. I stand with Jewish people and I stand with Resolution 59. I yield my time.
Thank you. With that, your time has expired, Ms. Judge. So next on our list, we allowed Nicole to speak. Zach Gerzowski. Zach Gerzowski. You may go ahead with your 2-minute statement whenever you're ready, Zach.
Right, you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, FSU Senate. I'm here today to ask for your support for Resolution 59, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, as it currently stands. First, I'll ask you to look around the Zoom meeting. Think about your colleagues, think about yourself, and then ask yourself, if this was not about Jews, but of another minority group's concerns, would you or your colleagues act differently? If you saw a congregation of largely non-African American or straight people telling the African American community or the LGBTQ plus community how they should and should not feel, would you be as quick to support those views? If the answer is no, then not supporting the Jewish students is absolutely hypocritical, a blatant double standard. Perhaps if it were your own people that was feeling disregarded, hurt, disrespected, discriminated against, you wouldn't be so enthusiastic about this pushback. And the disingenuous facade that they hide behind is that somehow these hateful comments hinder their free speech, as if there's no possible way they could give up comparing the one Jewish state in the world to that of the Nazis, the very same regime that murdered 6 million Jews, including some of my family. You see, if you repeat a falsity enough times, it becomes a truth. This is what SJP does and has done and continues to do. And I hope you see through it. Do not be manipulated by repetitive false narrative. And to the senators that have stood by us and will currently choose to stand by us, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know it's not, I know it's not trendy. I know it's not popular, but it's the right thing. And I really appreciate it. And it's very commendable. So thank you, and I yield my time.
All right, thank you. Your time has expired, Zach. With that being said, next on the list is Jack Fox. Jack Fox Keen. Are you on the call, Jack? Are you able to unmute yourself, Jack?
Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right. So just let me know.
You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, but I do want to let you know that you're coming off very soft-spoken, at least on my end.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So Last Senate session, I gave a public statement about the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism used to silence free speech. My statement reflected the extensive documentation of this issue by the very author himself. The events that followed, in my opinion, exemplified why so many people are conflicted by this definition. I was accused of being anti-Semitic by a member of the Jewish Student Union for voicing concerns over Resolution 59, and I was told that I should step down from my current leadership role. I have been afraid to voice an educated opinion formed through countless discussions that I have had with Jewish students, faculty, and alumni. I have also been assured by these same friends and colleagues that I am not anti-Semitic and that this is bullying, harassment, and intimidation. And I know I am not the only one receiving this treatment. Several Jewish students have reached out to me similarly concerned that the JSU silences opposing viewpoints even amongst the Jewish community, which brings me back to the IHRA definition. Despite its original intentions, it is now being used to silence differing opinions and unfairly define good faith human rights activists as technically anti-Semitic. For example, Marika Sherwood, a Jewish survivor of Budapest ghetto, was going to give a talk headlined, "You're doing to the Palestinians what the Nazis did to me." As The Guardian reports, this breached the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, and Sherwood was required to change the title of her talk. According to this definition, a Holocaust survivor cannot compare their lived experiences to the situation in Palestine without being called anti-Semitic, a definition so susceptible to silencing voices that are genuinely trying to bring communities together is very dangerous. As a scientist, an activist, and advocate for social and neurodiverse minorities, I feel an obligation to approach this topic with critical thinking and research, and by listening with an open mind and heart. I urge you to read through the documentation I provided by email and to think critically about why so many Jewish people are conflicted by this definition.
Thank you. Your time has expired. With that being said, we will be moving on to our next speaker, Yasmin Farsa. Yasmin, are you on the call? I do not see Yasmin on the call. So we will be moving to our next speaker, Shayna Cohen. Shayna, are you on the call? You're recognized whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Shayna Cohen. I'm on the executive board for the Jewish Student Union, and I'm a former student senator in addition to being an incoming graduate student at Florida State University. Anti-Semitism is objectively a problem at Florida State University, and Jewish students are in pain. I've had to be a rock for weeks for dozens of Jewish students, relentlessly explaining SGA, comforting them in their pain, and battling to validate my discrimination for weeks in public comment, while still believing that our university and our student senate can learn and do better. This pain happens because we don't confront anti-Semitism, allowing it to be politicized. We prioritize debating unrelated issues. We focus more on campus, national, or global politics rather than the pain of our own student body. In essence, we make excuses. Discrimination should never be a political issue, but current conversations at our school has framed it as one, which has terrified members of the Jewish community at FSU to the point they do not feel safe here. They are crying, not sleeping, and fighting around the clock to be heard, and I'm one of them. Please don't make me tell them that you didn't hear their cries. Use this resolution tonight to recognize the IHRA, work to combat anti-Semitism on campus, listen to Jewish leaders, and regain the confidence of the students that you are elected to represent by committing to do better and fighting anti-Semitism. Tonight is about the Jewish community and what they need to feel safe at FSU. Do not table or abstain tonight. I know that the Senate really does care. Please prove it tonight with your vote and support the Jewish community at FSU. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has now expired because you've yielded it and are no longer speaking. With that said, our next speaker is Noah Coulter. Noah, are you on the call? Noah, I do not see you, Noah. There you are, Noah Coulter. Noah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, whenever you are, give me a moment. Whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes.
Here, 1 second.
And just before you start your comment, Mr. Coulter, I did want to remind everybody who is making public comments, because I've heard comments that reference multiple different organizations and different student leaders. So please ensure, members of the public, that you are addressing these statements to the Senate and to me or, the student Senate president or the Senate itself, and not to other organizations, because again,
Okay.
it's appropriate.
All right. So this is not my speech, but I'll preface that I am addressing to you and the Senate, and thank you for having me on and speaking for my community.
Right, and whenever you're ready, just let me know and I'll start your timer.
All right. Hello, my name is Noah Coulter, and I'm a Jewish sophomore here at Florida State. I simply ask that you all vote yes on Resolution 59. When I began wearing a kippah at the age of 14, I understood that physically identifying myself as a Jewish man would come with consequences, although I didn't really expect them. I'm the grandson of the lone Holocaust survivor to my family's name, George Coulter, a Korean War veteran, my role model who inspired me to help spread light amidst the darkness of our world. 0.2% of the world is Jewish, yet 57.8% of global religious hate crimes are directed at us. Let me say it again, more than half of the global religious hate crimes are anti-Jewish. Sadly, I'm no stranger to anti-Semitism, and I've had to learn how to handle those situations. Basically, I walk around with a bullseye on my head, but I should not have to call it that. My oldest encounter with anti-Semitism that I remember was in the 5th grade. A fellow classmate slandered me as a devil worshiper because I told our grade that I was Jewish. I tried to educate them on why that was false, but as you can imagine, it still hurt me at that young age, and I was a new student at that school. In the 8th grade, at the end of a soccer game, a girl approached me and just said Jew instead of saying good game, like she had said to everyone else. This happened in middle school. Once I was in Miami with my family when I came across a sign that read no Jews, blacks, or minorities allowed. I bet you all thought that this should have ended with the Civil Rights Act of the 60s, but anti-Semitism, along with racism and bigotry, here at home is still a huge issue. In addition to the few instances I've just described, I've been the butt of many Holocaust jokes and jokes about loose change, still to this day. And even here within the Student Senate, I've heard people defend statements equating Israelis with Nazis, the very people responsible for murdering 6 million Jews and literally all of my family with the exception of only my grandfather. Anti-Semitism was an issue in our society on our campus long before this summer. Anti-Semitism is on the rise globally and around the United States, unfortunately, and FSU should be no exception. Resolution 59, the IHRA definition within it, reflect my lived experience with anti-Semitism. Our lived experience is not up for debate. I don't think
Noah, your time has expired. I do apologize for muting you, but I want to be as efficient as possible with the student comments. So thank you so much for coming today. Our next speaker on the list is Noah spoke, then Stephen Coulter. Or no, sorry, Stephen Friedman. I apologize, I mixed up the last names. Stephen Friedman. If you could raise your hand, Stephen. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephen Friedman, and I'm a sophomore at FSU. Instead of taking the traditional route in which a lot of these public comments have gone, I want to sort of put it into a different perspective. Talk about when people get scared and how they react in this world. An easy example, let's take the Second Amendment of this country. Whether or not you believe in it is not the question, but people choose to interpret it as if something were to happen, we should be able to have firearms. Another example, if people are concerned about walking back at night, they might ask a friend to walk with them, or many have keychains with pepper spray. So I ask that all of you in the Senate realize that this is Jewish students calling out and saying, we are scared, we have a solution, please acknowledge it. And that's all it is and all it has ever been. It was never about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And I mean, I don't even need to get into my own stories, but I was bullied, anti-Semitism, I got scared, was scared that I was being judged for my identity, so I transferred schools and left. So when we live in a world where people are scared and they choose to do something about it, I don't understand how that's not the precedent. It should have been so easy to pass this resolution. So I please ask that you hear that a majority of Jewish students, or even if we're just one Jewish student, they're scared and they want to feel safe. And you, right now, have the opportunity to help us feel safer. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. With that, Stephen, your time has expired, and our next speaker on the list is Hal Gold. However, Hal Gold will not be speaking on her own behalf. She'll be speaking on behalf of Samantha Jacobson. Hal, if you're on the call, could you raise your hand? Hello, Hal.
Hi, it's Hallie, but
Hallie.
I'm speaking on behalf of Sam now, and then I'm doing my own later. Just FYI.
Okay. And so for just to ensure, that we do this with any other speaker who wants to speak on behalf of somebody else, when you begin speaking, please ensure that every comment you are making is on behalf of that other individual, not so we don't give you more time than somebody else who's restricted. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Are you ready? Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I currently have bad reception where I am and most likely won't be able to speak myself, so I'm passing along a statement so I can still be heard. My name is Samantha Jacobson, and I'm speaking today in pro of Resolution 59. As I mentioned in my speech last week, I personally stand for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Within my daily life, I encourage my close friends and family to live by this definition and actively implement it within their lives. I do this because I feel that this definition offers the most support and protection for our Jewish community. As of today, I wouldn't say that our community is welcoming towards Jewish students. This has been proven time and time again. The community that we've fostered is not one I'm proud of. I believe that acknowledging this definition will help begin the change we need. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism has been accepted within 30 other nations, including our own. I do firmly stand behind the notion that the Florida State University Senate acknowledges this definition. I look forward to the vote on Resolution 59 later tonight.
All right. Thank you for speaking today, Ms. Gold. So with that being said, we move on to our next speaker on the list, which is, I always get your name wrong, Lois Grunberg, or Louis. I'm not sure how to say it. If you are on the call, I do not see him. Okay, so we will just continue forward. And our next speaker is Danielle Pinto. Danielle, are you on the call?
Hi.
Hi. So thank you for coming today, and you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Danielle Pinto, and I'm an incoming freshman at Florida State. I'm also a Cuban and Colombian Jew. My family fled anti-Semitism in Europe and in South America on multiple occasions. My mother wouldn't even speak about being Jewish in public for fear that she would be targeted. My parents came to the United States to escape anti-Semitism. However, hate towards the Jewish people has become more common in our world. Once, when I was in high school, the textbooks used for Holocaust education were vandalized with swastikas, a symbol of the genocide of the Jewish people. Imagine how it makes me feel to hear the Student Senate leadership at FSU toss around comparisons to what the Jewish people experienced. We know anti-Semitism was an issue in our society long before those comparisons were made. I'm Jewish and have experienced anti-Semitism for myself. I don't need anyone to explain to me what hatred against my people is or how I should feel about it. I've seen the double standard for anti-Semitism play out over and over again for the past month from many members of this body. And I want to explicitly thank those of you who have stood up for our community in fighting anti-Semitism. Meaningful support for us looks like adopting this resolution, protecting me, my family, and community, showing us that you value our safety and security as much as you value your own. Last week, I attended the SLAW committee meeting where Resolution 59 was discussed. When it was passed unanimously, it was the first time I felt like there might be hope of feeling safe on campus as a Jew. But when my peers and I spent time preparing for public comment and waited 5 hours for Resolution 59 to be voted on, and it wasn't, I felt like this measure to prevent anti-Semitism on campus wasn't important to our representatives. We want to ask you to vote yes on the increasing Jewish representation resolution tonight without introducing hostile amendments that my community does not support. This current version of this resolution is an important step in the right direction. If you oppose racism, if you oppose bigotry, you must vote yes.
Thank you. Your time is actually right about to extinguish, so I appreciate you for ending. And with that being said, we can go back to Grunberger.
Hi. Yeah, Leos.
Leos. I always forget it. It's like you've come a couple times now, and I feel like I know you. And I was like, I think I know how to say his name, but I'm sorry. Go ahead whenever you're ready. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's all good. People mix it up all the time. Good evening, Senators. My name is Leos. Tonight I ask you vote yes on the resolution to increase Jewish representation. This is Resolution 59, of course, what everyone's been talking about. This is important to me because it creates a safer campus for me, my community, and, you know, just everyone overall. In March, I was tabling with my club, Knowles for Israel. Someone took a picture of us. They posted it on social media with slanderous captions, you know, calling us racist, labeling us as right wing, which nowadays isn't good. And, you know, so they call us racist for supporting our self-determination. And, you know, everyone deserves a right for self-determination. And just because we're Jewish, we shouldn't be the exception. Nothing was done after all that. Resolution 59 increases Jewish representation in student government and asks that education and prevention through bias prevention training be made available for elected leaders. This could be helpful for, you know, any sort of group. This isn't just something for Jewish people, you know. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism is also already used by the U.S. State Department. Under President Obama, they actually adopted it. The state of Florida, Resolution 59 recognizes the fact that this definition reflects the lived experiences of the vast majority of Jews, including me. The overall goal of Resolution 59 is to provide education so anti-Semitism can be prevented and increase Jewish representation to create a more inclusive campus for everyone. Resolution 59 not only creates a safer and more inclusive community for Jewish people and people of all other backgrounds, but also a better, more welcoming campus and will allow for a more diverse student government. Senators, I ask that you please vote yes for Resolution 59. Please, if you have gone through anything, please speak out after public comment or during. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. With that, your time has expired. And our next speaker today is going to be Sydney Siegel. Sydney, if you're on the call, please raise your hand. And I do apologize that my camera's off at the moment, but I'm just helping out my father. And so, Danielle, are you speaking on behalf of Sydney?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so just a reminder for you as well, like I told Ms. Hal Gold, please remember, Hallie, just please remember that, when you do make your comment, it is only restricted to what Sydney told you to say.
Of course.
And whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Last week, just before the Student Senate meeting, I was finally optimistic about the current situation. Finally, there will be a resolution in place to protect Jewish students from the hatred we are experiencing from all ends of the political spectrum, and especially on our campus. But then we were not only slandered, but we were silenced as the resolution was delayed due to political maneuvering. Again, for the third Senate meeting this summer regarding the Jewish community, we are using our voices to express the need for change at FSU. What upsets me most is that people from beyond the Jewish community claim that they know what the right steps of action are, better than the majority of the Jewish students that have spoken in favor of Resolution 59. This criticism is not consistent with how other minorities make decisions on what actions are taken to prevent themselves when they are targeted. Why is there a double standard for the Jewish community? I don't need anybody to tell me what anti-Semitism is or how I should feel about it. I've been to Auschwitz, the largest concentration camp during the Holocaust, where over 1 million innocent people were killed just for being who they are. By not recognizing the IHR definition of anti-Semitism in the Senate, we would continue to allow people to compare Israel to Nazis, just as Darrell Deek's website did, and for our community to deny parts of the Holocaust. This would be a disgrace to the 6 million Jews and 5 million Gentiles who died during this genocide. However, I'm not here to educate you on the Holocaust as much as I would like to. This tragedy is not the only anti-Semitism we have faced over the years, as I hope you understand by now. The Senate must listen to the people like me who are desperate to finally take the first step in restoring hope for the Jewish community at Florida State. I urge you to vote yes to Resolution 59 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time was just about to expire, so I appreciate you ending. With that being said, we'll move on to our next speaker on the list. After Sydney Siegel was Liam Fellows. Liam, are you on the call? Liam, you have 2 minutes to speak whenever you're ready. You hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Hello, I am Liam Fellows, a Jewish rising junior and the Vice President of Knowles for Israel. As a university dedicated to excellence in teaching, research, creative endeavors, and service, FSU over the last few months has withstood a lot of backlash regarding situations where their students feel misrepresented. This university strives to instill the skill and character essential for lifelong learning and personal responsibility within a community that fosters free inquiry and embraces diversity. In doing so, they should cultivate an environment where open dialogue is not backed by ignorance or hatred, and rather hold accountable those responsible for their incorrect actions. Through personal experiences with students on campus, I have unfortunately seen anti-Semitism firsthand. Due to this, I am extremely open to welcoming open dialogue and fact-based discussions to articulate academic standpoints. Tabling this resolution and inevitably postponing it is just another form of anti-Semitism. This bill does not attack students who believe in the Palestinian side of the argument or silence them. Should you feel this way, I encourage you, the Senate, to propose another bill to protect the Palestinian supporters as well. Regardless of your position on this matter personally, your constituents plead to our senators to uphold the duties of their role and to vote in favor of passing Resolution 59. The role of the Student Senate should not create a divide, and you have to reflect on why you are here. Your role as senators of the Florida State University Senate is not to voice your own opinions. It is to represent the voice of your constituents, the student body. Based on the discussion over the past few weeks, an overwhelming amount of FSU students are in support of this bill. I am speaking to those who are on the fence and who feel as if they are not familiar with the struggles of the individuals with the Jewish background. It may be difficult to digest since Judaism is not only a religion, but also a culture. I welcome you to reach out and ask questions, express concerns, and conduct research yourself. I strongly support Resolution number 59 and urge the Student Senate body to adopt it. This would be the first consecrated step in the correct direction to represent the Jewish student body. As this is defined and accepted by the state of Florida in House Bill 741, the Florida State University Senate should be too. The state student senate.
Your time has expired, Liam. I thank you for coming today. With that, we'll be moving to our next speaker. Sorry for the little ringing in the background. That was just the timer. The next speaker after you, Liam, is, Ms. Hal Gold. Hallie Gold. Hallie, I believe that's how you say it. But it's your turn to speak on behalf of yourself.
Yeah, it's Hallie.
I'll get it right one day. I'm trying. But you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Hello, Senators. My name is Hallie Gold, and I'm an incoming freshman. Before I begin, I want to thank every senator who stood by the Jewish community and constantly supported us through these trying last few weeks. We truly appreciate it. I'm an extremely concerned Jewish student. I'm concerned not only about the fact that passing Resolution 59 is a debate in the first place, but that some senators are choosing to listen to false information that opposes the passing of this resolution. Senators, I want to make you very aware of something. SJP wrote in the first paragraph of their email template,
Hallie, could you please not refer to other organizations? Thank you.
It has been said by some people that Resolution 59 is calling for the adoption of the IHRA definition by the university, which is not true because that is already the case. The U.S. Department of State, the state of Florida, and FSU already use this definition, and the resolution simply reaffirms that. Senators, please note that every person using this falsity to oppose Resolution 59 has not either read this resolution or is trying to confuse you. Please make sure you have all the facts when you vote tonight. If you don't vote yes on this resolution, you're enabling the tokenization of individual Jews in order to derail actions called for by a majority of the Jewish community. Your focus should not be on the IHRA definition that this resolution simply reaffirms. Wanting diversity and bias prevention training along with the liaison for the Jewish community should not be and is not controversial to anyone that has the facts. Please vote yes on Resolution 59 tonight. And it'll help make Jewish students feel safe on campus, and it's the right thing to do. You're meant to represent the student body, which includes the Jewish community. Stop making everything that has to do with Jews about Palestine. Listen to the facts of the resolution. When opposition speaks tonight, remember the testimonies of Jewish students because it affects us and nobody else. This resolution simply recognizes the lived experiences of Jewish students and asks for better representation for our community. And that.
Your time has expired, Haley. Thank you for coming. Our next speaker is going to be Kaylee Reed. Is it Kayla Reed? Kayla, could you please raise your hand? All right. Kayla, did you sign up as Kale by accident?
Yeah, it's Kale. That's what I go by.
Oh, okay. No worries. And you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kale, and I am an incoming freshman majoring in criminology, and tonight I ask that you please vote yes on Resolution 59. Anti-Semitism is not a new issue. According to Jerome Chains, who is known for teaching American Jewish sociology at Barnard College, there have been 6 stages in the historical evolution of anti-Semitism. I'm not going to bore you with all of them. Starting with pre-Christian and anti-Judaism in ancient Greece and Rome, the middle being Muslim anti-Semitism, and then racial anti-Semitism in the 19th century, Nazism, and now contemporary or new anti-Semitism. Sadly, the anti-Semitism that has existed for centuries is present on our campus. The IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism is as follows. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward the Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. This reflects the lived experiences of the Jewish community at FSU. Resolution 59 presents the opportunity for more representation of our community within the student government. The statements made previously by certain people were quite hurtful towards the Jewish community, and it is clear that there should be more diversity and bias training, which the resolution addresses. It is unfair that this resolution is even in question because there is nothing in it that is harmful to any other community, yet the underrepresentation that is currently in effect is harmful to the Jewish community. The anti-Semitism that the Jewish people face today should not be on our campus, and especially not in our student government. Please vote yes on Resolution 59. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Your time is now expired. So with that being said, we will move on to our next person, which is Amanda Press. And Amanda, I believe you'll be speaking as yourself for this first comment, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, whenever you're ready, Amanda, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amanda Press, and I am JSU's Vice President of Outreach and a Jewish incoming freshman. I'm here to ask you to please pass Resolution 59 as is. As a Jewish student coming to campus for the first time this fall, I am absolutely terrified. I feel as if I have a target on my back for an identity in which I cannot change. Here at FSU, there is no place for anti-Semitism nor any kind of hate, which is why this resolution is so important to both me and the Jewish community. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that is laid out in the resolution is the most widespread definition, supported by over 30 countries worldwide. As a top 20 public institution, we must be an example for all other universities by stopping hate across our campus. Passing this resolution would be the first step. I ask you to try and step into my shoes, or maybe even your own shoes just a couple years back. Think as if you were walking onto FSU's campus for the first time, and the identity that you hold dearly is the reason that you may or are targeted the moment you get there. Imagine, I am scared, and maybe you can even say terrified, to come to campus because of the amount of anti-Semitism at FSU that I have already witnessed or heard about. I do not want to be a victim of hate. Remember, passing this resolution is not political. It is merely to prevent hate across our campus. Who are we to stand by and allow hate at our very own school? Before you think to table this resolution or even abstain from voting, remember that this is not just another resolution. Resolution 59 is a chance for us to set a campus-wide precedent that we do not allow hate here at FSU. Speaking as an individual incoming freshman and as a member of our Jewish community, I urge you to pass Resolution 59 as it currently stands because it will make us all feel safe here. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Your time literally was just about to expire. So thank you for your timeliness. With that being said, our next speaker is Michaela Panariello. Michaela, if you're on the call, please raise your hand. All right, I do not see Michaela on the call, so we'll be moving forward. Shelby Shoup. Shelby, are you on the call? Please raise your hand if so. Shelby, you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
Hello, my name is Shelby Shoup. I am a Jewish student and the current president of Students for Justice in Palestine. I am once again asking that senators vote no on Resolution 59. Resolution 59 will affirm the Senate's support for the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism, which limits the terms of debate and criticism around Israel and Zionism in such a way that even its lead author, former American Jewish Committee Executive Kenneth Stern, has condemned its implementation on college campuses as a detriment to academic freedom. We can see how this definition has already been used this year to censor and smear Palestine solidarity activists at Columbia, Rutgers, and Point Park University. Let us be clear why so many are insisting upon the implementation of this definition. Because in Ahmed's apology video, he said that similar crimes have been committed against Palestinians as were committed against Jews in the Holocaust. His detractors believe that this definition's prohibition on comparisons between the Israeli and Nazi policies will be grounds to retroactively smear him as an anti-Semite and remove him from the presidency. That is what this is about. It is about limiting the terms by which Palestinians and allies can describe the ongoing Nakba, the permanence of second-class status, and the slow ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in their homeland. It is about limiting the terms by which any student, faculty, or student group can criticize Israel and Zionism. It is my understanding that senators have received emails insinuating that to merely debate or amend the resolution is nothing less than anti-Semitism. And this is exactly what we mean when we say that anti-Semitism is being weaponized in bad faith to stifle free speech. Senators, do not choose cowardice over conviction. If you pass Resolution 59, especially without striking the clause on the IRHA definition, you will be sending the message that Jewish safety can come at the expense of Palestinians, which is the exact supremacist logic of Zionism that I find so detestable in the first place. I refuse to let my Palestinian friends be thrown under the bus for a resolution that betrays a fundamental misunderstanding and misrepresentation of Jewish safety. Over the past few weeks, several Jewish students and alumni have expressed serious concerns about this resolution. We too are concerned by and acquainted with the rise of anti-Semitism on campus, and we fear this resolution will be harmful to many students, including Jews. It should be clear by now there is no monolithic Jewish community and that Jewish students are divided on this resolution, and therefore it should be no concern from senators that principled opposition.
Thank you, Shelby, for sharing. Your 2 minutes have expired. So with that, we will be moving to our next speaker, which is Brandon Gabay, I believe. Brandon, are you on the call? If you are, please raise your hand. Karen, is this one of the people you're speaking on behalf of? All right, so like I told everybody else, Karen, please make sure that your comments are restricted to only the ones that would be made by the speaker speaking on behalf of. And so with that, you have 2 minutes whenever you start.
Perfect. So as you said, I'm speaking on behalf of Brandon Gabay, and he sent me a message I'm going to read. Ever since people found out I'm Jewish, I've been subject to small forms of harassment and anti-Semitism. Whether people literally throw their spare change at me or disrespect my holidays by shoving bread products into mine on Passover, which is a holiday we cannot eat bread on. Resolution 59 has my full support and will make me feel much safer on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, his time has expired. I appreciate you, Karen, for speaking on his behalf. Our next speaker on the list is Tala Habash. Tala, are you on the call?
Yeah, I'm on the call.
All right, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Tala.
Thank you. My concern for Palestinian rights should not come as a shock to anyone. Critics of Israel come from all backgrounds, including Jewish, Muslim, and Christian, among hundreds of other communities. Our fights against discrimination are united, and there is a dire need to fight anti-Semitism on campus to protect all students regardless of their identity, and especially Jewish students who feel unsafe. I am, however, a firm believer that the IHRA definition does not protect all Jewish students. It goes so far as to implicate Jewish students it aims to protect as anti-Semitic for speaking out against crimes committed by Israel. As we've come to know through all this, Jewish students at this university are some of the loudest voices against discrimination of all forms, including that against Palestinians affected by the Israeli apartheid. This is why the IHRA definition is so concerning. It directly stifles valid criticism of the state of Israel, which is actively practicing an illegal apartheid. We need people to understand why students at this university deserve the right to directly condemn the Israeli government. As a Palestinian, this definition will lead to my direct implication as an anti-Semite for simply criticizing a state that is committing crimes against my community as recognized by international law. The original author of the definition himself even warns that this definition can be used and abused with an intention to curtail free speech. It is also of my understanding that senators are already being accused of anti-Semitism for simply agreeing to debate this resolution or considering modifying it. This is not how democracy works. Debate should be welcomed. We are not debating whether or not anti-Semitism exists. We all agree that a definition or analysis is needed, but why should this definition be written at the expense of Palestinian members of this community? If this definition was made to truly protect all Jewish students, then why does it even mention Israel? It should protect all Jewish students regardless of their opinion on the state of Israel. I urge the senators here today to protect my right to speak out against violations of human rights committed against my community. Palestinians are running out of time. Illegal annexation is on the horizon, and all we can do is defend our country with all we have. Thank you so much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dala. Your time has expired. I appreciate you for coming to speak today. Next person on our list actually was, her name was Michaela, I believe. We weren't able to have her speak, but she said she's here. And so because of that, if you can you raise your hand, Michaela, so we can allow you to speak? If not, I can try and search. I see you. Are you able to unmute yourself, Michaela?
Yes.
Very soft spoken.
Okay. Hello. I'll try to speak loudly.
Okay, well, you have 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. So I am an incoming senior at Florida State University, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you some more stories of microaggressions. I'm not going to sit here and tell you stories of anti-Semitism. We have heard time and time again from Jewish students about the facts of what they are facing the day-to-day. What I am here to explain is that there is a lot of confusion around Resolution 59. Specifically, Resolution 59 is not a hindrance to the First Amendment. How we apply it here at FSU is solely up to us at FSU. We pride ourselves on being forward-thinking and being a place of really free-spoken people. How we apply it here and how it specifically says in the definition, in the IHRA definition, is that if it is being used to silence people, it is being used wrong. And that is such an important point to note. I know that we are sitting here and we're hearing from so many different people, but just as we allow Black, Indigenous, and people of color to define what is racist, we allow members of the LGBTQ+ community to define what is biphobic, what is homophobic, and what is transphobic. We allow women to define what is sexist. We should allow Jews, and we should allow them to define what is anti-Semitic and what best they feel protects them. Walking onto this campus, I came from a community and I came from a school that I transferred from that was extremely anti-Semitic. There were swastikas painted on buildings and students received a slap on the wrist. And that made me feel so incredibly unsafe, even though I was told on multiple occasions that I was passing or that I never would have guessed that you were a Jew, which is an incredible microaggression because there should never be shame in being a strong Jewish woman or Jewish man. And the issue here today is that this isn't an us versus them mentality. We as Jews are not coming to you as the Student Senate asking you to favor us over another group. We're not asking you to take rights or protection away from another group. We are asking you to protect us. As our representatives, as student senators, you are in a place of power and we are coming to you, begging you to hear our pleas to protect us and to protect other groups on the Florida State University campus. We are not here asking for
I'm muted. That's funny. I'm sorry about that. But I was calling for the next speaker, which was Bana Habash. And the reason I had muted her, I don't know if I was muted when I muted the speaker, but her time had just expired. So I do apologize for that. But Bana, whenever you're ready, you do have 2 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you. So good evening, everybody. I'm baffled to be here yet again in an attempt to convince y'all that my existence as a Palestinian on campus is legitimate and that we deserve the right to criticize the Israeli government. I honestly didn't think I'd be here again. But the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is easy to misunderstand. The examples in the definition are nothing more than a means to suppress the voices of those speaking out against the Israeli government and all the atrocities the occupation has put Palestinian people through. We all acknowledge that being prejudiced towards Jewish people is unacceptable and needs to be addressed and taken care of right away. I urge the Senate to find a different solution to address these issues as soon as possible, but that doesn't mean that Resolution 59 is the right way to go about this. As a member of SJP and an active advocate for social change in my communities, it pains me to see that we have yet to agree that the passing of this resolution is inherently prejudiced and swayed in favor of a political agenda. It's really how the resolution hasn't even been made official, and the students have already faced backlash and hate campaigns by their peers advocating for the resolution. People were called out and badgered for merely stating their disapproval of the resolution and saying it suppressed Palestinian voices and anyone that has disapproval of the Israeli government. Never the Jewish identity, by the way. Also, that's what the resolution does. That's the literal purpose, to suppress these voices. Anyway, they were called anti-Semitic and some had a smear campaign held against them. To everyone in the SCAL, by the way, this is just a quick sneak peek of how our campus would look like if this resolution is passed. The entire premise of this resolution and the reason it was even drafted to begin with was to make Jewish students feel safer on campus. Maybe using the IHRA definition was a slip up because the implications weren't read beforehand and it wasn't known that this definition explicitly excuses the Israeli government and basically offers them immunity from being criticized, or maybe the use of this specific definition and all of its implication was done on purpose. I don't know, and I also don't care about figuring that out. All I want to say publicly and on the record is that I, as a Palestinian student involved in multiple organizations on campus, feel unsafe and personally targeted if this resolution is adopted. I saw people lose their positions and there's organizations that they're a part of because of the things they say, and now I feel scared to even speak out against that. Now, adopting a resolution that is meant to protect people can't be done if it's making others feel unsafe, right? I yield my time.
Oh, thank you. Your time has just expired. I appreciate you, Vanna, for coming today. Our next speaker on the list is Addie Cohen. If you're on the call, could you please raise your hand? Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Cohen.
All right, awesome. Good evening, Senators. My name is Adi Cohen. I just finished undergrad here, and I'll be starting the Sports Management Master's Program in the fall. I've joined this call to show my support for the passing of Resolution 59. Last week, I and many of my Jewish peers sat through both the Jewish Town Hall and the SLA committee meeting only to be berated by other students who called us Islamophobic and racist for simply wanting to feel protected on campus. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism reflects the lived experiences of the vast majority of Jewish students at Florida State and beyond. This resolution simply asks for the definition to be reaffirmed by the Student Senate. To adopt this resolution would be an excellent first step towards fostering a more inclusive environment on campus for Jewish students. As a Jewish and Israeli person, I feel it is more than okay to criticize Israel's government and policies. No one in favor of Resolution 59 is saying otherwise, but there is a line that is oftentimes crossed that makes anti-Israel rhetoric turn into anti-Semitism. I think many students don't know where that line is, which is a big part of why we have an anti-Semitism problem on this campus. Many of my Jewish and Israeli peers have felt unsafe on this campus and in our respective social circles. The passing of this resolution will hopefully help start to change that. I also want to share with you how this has affected my family. My little sister, who is starting here in the fall, is terrified about what is happening right now on campus and finds it to be an unsafe space for her. A person who is yet to even step foot on the physical campus of Florida State is scared to come here because she fears she will face anti-Semitism, and I know for a fact that she is not alone. This should not be FSU's standard. Students like myself and many of my peers are fearful to return to campus this fall, and this should not become the new norm. I strongly urge you all to take action to change this and pass Resolution 59 in order to help foster a safe campus for all of FSU students. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for speaking today, and your time has expired. And so with that being said, we will move to our next speaker, which is Mariah Richmond. Mariah, are you on the call?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mariah. And you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Mariah. I'm a Jewish student. I have a lot of issues with Resolution 59 as it ostensibly focuses solely on Jewish students, but in reality is politically motivated to favor right-wing agendas and in turn harms both Palestinian and Jewish communities. An open letter to the Senate was written by 5 Jewish and Palestinian women outlining the problems with Resolution 59 and recommends writing a new comprehensive resolution as well as offering alternatives. The positive attention it's received from FSU students and alumni shows that the Jewish community and FSU community as a whole are divided on this. It outlines the political nature and dangerous impact of the IHRA definition as described by the lead author, Kenneth Stern, the ineffectiveness of appointing a liaison to a specific organization to represent the very diverse interests of the entire Jewish community, and the unnecessary political dimensions of including the current Senate President's name, the mentions of Israelis and Palestinians, and the non-Jewish political recipients laid out in the resolution. I want to note that debating and engaging in dialogue around the intentions and impact of this resolution doesn't make you a participant in anti-Semitism. In fact, I would argue that it is more engaging and meaningful to work to understand the complex history and oppression of the Jewish people through dialogue and debate, and commit to creating a new resolution that seriously grapples with this, as opposed to a narrow and politicized resolution that barely touches the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah, for your statements. And your time now has expired. So with that, we will be moving to our next speaker, which is Cortland Culver. You on the call, bud? All right, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. Are you unmuted?
Thank you, guys. The Festivus holiday, created by Frank Costanza, is full of rich traditions such as feats of strength, aluminum poles in the living room, and of course, the airing of grievances. While it is not wintertime and Festivus does not technically exist, I would love to practice this time-honored tradition on this body. The SGA has proven time and time again not to actually care about being fiscally responsible, protecting student rights, or listening to its constituency. This body has even proven that it does not actually care about the inclusion of minority students after it obviously staged a tabling of a simple resolution to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism that is widely accepted by the Jewish community and provide a liaison between this body and the Jewish student body. What this body is incredibly good at is spending far too much money and requesting greater A&S fees from students to make this university even more expensive. This body is wonderful at patting itself on the back for approval numbers that are from polls only filled out by friends. And finally, this body does an exceptional job at stumbling over each other to speak in pro of resolutions to make each other feel good. This bizarre politically correct-a-thon is an attempt of junior senators to try to win over the affections of more senior senators to give them more power within their little bubble. This, in effect, drowns out the voices of senators who dare have an original thought and discourages new senators from speaking up. This wouldn't even be that big of a deal, except now there are talks within Judiciary Committee about whether or not subpoena powers can be used to read the personal correspondence of FSU students. Yes, the almighty FSU SGA feels that it is, in fact, above the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. So much for an oath of office. This cabal of expanding student government that increasingly does less and less, led by senators like Ahmad Darul-Deek and Jake Alvarez, who quite obviously use their political connections within the Senate to do nothing but stroke their own ego, has acquitted anti-Semitism.
Thank you for speaking today, Culver. Your time actually just expired. So again, thank you, but we will be moving on to the next speaker. Elad Almog. Elad, are you available on this call? I do think somebody said that, yes, Senator Silva. You will be speaking on behalf of Almog, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so make sure your comments are restricted to his alone because, again, Senator, I do need to remind you, if you do speak in your own capacity in student comments, you will relinquish your powers and duties as a senator for the night.
Okay.
So just make sure everything you say is his words, not yours.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Elad Almog. I am a senior at Florida State University. Tonight, I ask that you support Resolution 59. If you have not yet, tonight you will no doubt hear it claimed that Zionism is racism and that supporting Jewish students silences anti-Zionists and supporters of Palestine. These claims are not true. Zionism is the movement of the self-determination of the Jewish people in the form of the State of Israel. Before the State of Israel, the Jewish people had no safe haven when anti-Semitism became unbearable and a threat to our lives. After generations of trauma and persecution, today Israel is the only place a Jew can escape systematic oppression and anti-Semitism. None of that negates Palestinian rights to self-determination. Anti-Semitism has always been present on campuses, and it is a rampant issue that needs to be addressed. This resolution is a step in the right direction by increasing Jewish representation, educating elected leaders on anti-Semitism and how to prevent bias. This resolution in no way diminishes students' rights to criticize Israel. Israelis criticize the Israeli government, just like Americans criticize the American government. However, there is a line that is often crossed into anti-Semitism with or without intent. It is important to educate our campus on legitimate criticism versus blatant anti-Semitic rhetoric. This resolution is simply asking the student government to recognize the ways in which Jewish students experience anti-Semitism at FSU and take action to stop this hate. It is up to the Jewish community at FSU and no one else to define anti-Semitism on campus. Please listen to us, your Jewish constituents, when we tell you that we fear expressing our Judaism on campus. Please vote yes on this meaningful step towards diversity and inclusion at Florida State. Please vote yes on Resolution 59.
Thank you. With that, your time has expired, and we will be moving on to our next speaker, which is Donna Alima. Were you speaking on that person as well, Stephanie, or was there somebody? Was Donna Alima present? Okay, no worries. Donna, I do not see her on the call. Rachel, are you speaking on behalf of Miss Alima?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and so again, just a reminder, please restrict your comments to hers and hers alone.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, just give me 1 minute.
No worries.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Donna Alima. I am the president of Mishalanu at Florida State. Tonight, I ask that you vote yes on Resolution 59, the Increasing Jewish Representation Resolution. I also want to express support for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, which has been adopted by over 30 nations, including the United States and Florida. This definition also reflects the lived experiences of Jewish students at Florida State. I find it crazy that people from beyond the Jewish community are telling Jewish students what we are supposed to feel. I also don't understand the accusation that protecting Jewish students threatens SJP and their supporters. Why is it too much to ask that if you advocate for Palestinian rights, you do it without comparing Jewish self-determination to the Nazi oppressors of the Jewish people? All this definition is trying to do is to make sure Jewish students at FSU are not targeted or made to feel as though they are the equivalent of Nazis who killed 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. I myself am able to acknowledge Palestinian suffering and stand up for Palestinian rights without delegitimizing the state of Israel or denying them the right to exist. So why are students speaking out against this resolution that prevents anti-Semitism? I feel the opposition to this resolution is saying my thoughts and feelings are invalid and that I don't deserve the same respect as other minorities that face discrimination. Over 30 nations can agree that the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is legitimate, including the US Department of State under President Obama, but it also reflects our lived experiences. I hope that is good enough for the Senate tonight. I urge you, senators, to hear the Jewish community when we tell you why we are so upset and to stop allowing other groups of people to tell us how to feel. Please vote yes on Resolution 59. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today and speaking. Our next speaker is going to be Rooney Levinson. Rooney, are you on the call? Rooney, it might be Ronnie. Rooney. He is not on the call. Cindy, are you reading on his behalf?
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of her. She's moving.
Oh, it's a she. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all good.
So with that, remember the comments I made prior to anybody else who is speaking on someone else's behalf, and keep those in mind. But with that being said, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Roni Levinson. I'm a rising senior majoring in psychology and criminology at FSU. Tonight, I ask that you vote yes on Resolution 59. As a Jewish person, genocide is a trigger word for me. My family was rounded up like animals, separated from our loved ones, and killed off like nothing. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism reflects the lived experiences of my family and the Jewish community at large. Anti-Semitism was an issue before this summer. The AMCHA initiative, a nonprofit that reportedly monitors more than 400 U.S. colleges for anti-Semitic activity, said that anti-Semitism spiked 70%. FSU is no exception to the uptick in anti-Semitism around the country. What my family went through was unfathomable and beyond despicable. It didn't happen overnight. It was a series of events that went unchecked over time. No one should go through what my family went through. Resolution 59 recognizes this form of anti-Semitism and reflects my own experiences as a Jewish student on this campus. It calls for increased representation for my community. This is a basic first step this body needs to take to repair the harm done to students like me. My lived experiences should not be up for debate. This resolution is about Jewish people and it does not even mention Israel. Please vote yes on Resolution 59. Thank you.
All right, with that being said, your time has expired. Thank you for speaking with us today. We'll be moving on to our next speaker. which is Jake Mershon. Jake, are you on the call? Jake, are you able to speak today? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you, Selva. My bad. Are you speaking on his behalf? All right. You have 2 minutes again.
Good evening. As it is the role of this body to make our campus a better place for all people, regardless of gender, race, religion, national origin, or political belief, I ask that you vote yes on Resolution 59 tonight. Please demonstrate that you care about your Jewish constituents. You are elected to these representative positions to listen to your constituents and represent us accordingly. Today, your Jewish constituents seek justice. The vast majority of the Jewish community has spoken and asked you to increase Jewish representation and recognize our lived experiences with anti-Semitism on this campus. We are not asking for you to weigh in on the Israel-Palestine conflict or dictate us how we should feel about anti-Semitism and the ways we've experienced it. It is unfortunate that a senator has been threatening to keep you here at all hours by proposing amendments without the consent of the Jewish community. I'd like to remind you that this resolution is very important to your Jewish constituents, and it is your job to vote on meaningful legislation that improves our campus. Last week, dozens of students on both sides spoke about Resolution 59, and even more waited hours to hear it voted on. Please rise to the occasion and see this resolution through. Please show us that supporting the Jewish community is important to you. A small fringe of Jewish students, not leaders within the Jewish community, have voiced opposition to increased Jewish representation, but it needs to be said that the vast majority of opposition has been from outside the Jewish community. Resolution 59 has nothing to do with the Palestine community, and I find it shocking that the Jewish community asking for protection and reassurance has somehow been spun into us having this master plan to censor Palestinian students and weaponize anti-Semitism. I know you want tonight to be a productive Senate meeting. Please, I implore you to vote yes on Resolution 59. This resolution betters our campus. This resolution proves to the Jewish community that you care about our protection and lived experiences. Prove to me that you have our backs. Please vote yes on Resolution 59.
Thank you. Your time just expired, so I do appreciate the timeliness. With that being said, our next speaker is Alexandra Schaefer. Alexandra, are you on the call? Ms. Schaefer? Oh, is that who you're speaking on behalf of, Amanda?
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of her.
Okay, so whenever you speak on behalf of Ms. Schaefer, again, keep in mind the sentiments I brought up previously, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have it written down. Okay. My name is Alexandra Schaefer, and I'm an ally of the Jewish community and an incoming freshman at FSU. Resolution 59 will bring an important focus to the Jewish community at FSU. It is ignorant of us to forget the hardships the Jewish people have endured during their existence. We often overlook their community because rarely do Jewish hardships get shared in the media. Each and every ethnicity deserves respect and deserves to feel safe where they attend school. We must be aware of the issues and work to fix them. This is not a political issue, but rather one that is helping a minority group. I ask you to please vote to pass Resolution 59. Thank you.
All right, with that, your time has expired on behalf of that individual, Ms. Schaefer, and so we are going to Austin Gross. Austin Gross, are you on the call? Austin, he is right here. Austin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, Austin, whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Just let me know.
All right. Hi, my name is Austin Gross, and I'm an incoming freshman. My expectation of my first experiences in college should have been meeting new people from all walks of life and enjoying the campus community. Instead, I am dedicating my time to fight to pass Resolution 59. No one should have to worry about whether or not they are safe on campus. I want myself and my community to be protected. Everyone on campus should have the right to feel safe, including the Jewish people. The resolution's purpose is not only to guarantee the safety and representation to the Jewish community on campus, but also hold senators accountable for educating themselves about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism has always been an issue in the United States, and unfortunately, the situation has only been getting worse. The issue has been tabled and delayed too often, and I am sick and tired of not having any support in the fight against anti-Semitism, except from the Jewish community. This resolution is one small step in the right direction to suppress anti-Semitism. Voting yes for this resolution will be a vote against bigotry and hatred. Please treat us with the basic level of respect. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. I appreciate you for coming today. Our next speaker will be Jack Rowan. You're speaking on behalf of Ash Soto. Jack Rowan, are you on the call?
I believe I'm not sure if she's gotten on yet. She said she'd probably be on about this time. I'm just gonna check.
She is. I asked her to unmute herself. Thank you for. Ash, you hear us?
Is it my turn? Hello, sorry.
Yeah, perfect timing. I saw you just hop on, and you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Ash. But if you wanted a moment to gather your thoughts, I can have somebody else speak prior to you. Ash, you still with us? All right, Ash, I will come back to you. I will allow somebody else to speak in the meantime. Are you still able to speak, Ash, before I moved on?
Yeah, sorry. My Wi-Fi just went out. Okay.
No, you're okay. You got 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear SGA, my name is Ash Soto, and I am a fourth-year student at FSU. I would like to acknowledge the fact that not only anti-Semitism is real and present on our campus, but so is racism and homophobia. I am very tired that many people have to stick up for themselves to the point where they are in tears and in shambles because people still try to break them down due to what they identify as. I will put this out there. I applied to be a fall senator for seat 1 for the College of Music, and I have to fear that my application will not be considered not only because of what I identify as, but also because my colleagues' applications were simply ignored. SGA, I wish I had faith in you, but I cannot trust you all enough to help restore the student body. There are too many senators on board that just do not care much about the student body and only about themselves, hence why their positions are also known as resume builders across the FSU community. I ask one thing from you all, and that is to actually do your part. Some of the senators are actually doing some amazing work, while others are not even putting any effort into their positions. I am not here to criticize any of you, but to simply call you in and provide an outlook as to how a student sees SGA manage their Senate and committee meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming today, Ash, and sharing your concerns with us. We'll be moving on to our next speaker, which is Leah Porter. Leah, are you on the call? You may go ahead with your 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Leah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, and I see you.
Okay. Good evening, Senators. I'm Leah, the Vice President of Education for JSU. Tonight, I'm speaking for myself and my lived experiences. Anti-Semitism is not something new, and it has affected Jews since the beginning of our people. And unfortunately, I have experienced many instances of anti-Semitism, both at FSU and elsewhere. The amount of anti-Semitism that has been evident in the student body through all the comments and accusations I've seen these past weeks is appalling. This is evidence showing that we need the passing of Resolution 59 now. The IHRA definition is widely accepted in over 30 countries and international organizations, including the European Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia. For the past few weeks, even days, there has been anti-Semitic hate brought forth that people have dismissed. Anti-Semitism is a rising problem, with violent acts of anti-Semitism tripling since 2017. Anti-Semitic hate crimes make up 58% of religiously motivated hate crimes in the US. It is clear we must have protections for Jewish students who currently do not feel safe on campus. If you have the Jewish community telling you they feel unsafe and there's an action plan to resolve these feelings through education and protections against anti-Semitism, that is the vast majority of Jewish students agree with, why wouldn't you vote for it? I am liberal, and the fact that I felt the need to include that in order for you to listen to me and support the protection of my identity is disgusting. Anti-Semitism is not a political issue. We need solidarity in order to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of hate on our campus. A vote for Resolution 59 means a vote against anti-Semitism, and voting against this resolution means you condone anti-Semitism. I yield my time.
Am I speaking? Oh, I can't hear you, Senator Darodik.
No worries. But you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, okay. Good evening, Senators. My name is Daniel, and I am a rising junior. Last week, I urged you to remember your mission statement, to be advocates and representatives for all the students at FSU, and how so many of them have been hurt by anti-Semitism and continued inaction from this body as a whole in condemning anti-Semitism as well. It's all the more disappointing that such inaction has largely been driven by gross misrepresentation and misunderstanding of Resolution 59. Let me be clear. Voting for Resolution 59 is not about politics. It's not about silencing opinions. Voting for Resolution 59 is about making clear that anti-Semitism will never be tolerated at FSU. It's about standing with our fellow Jewish students and making sure that FSU is a place where they can feel welcome, not hated, a place where they can feel accepted, not rejected, a place that they can call home. And I want to believe that every one of you is sitting where you are now because you want to make FSU that amazing home for everyone. I know I do. Because FSU has been an amazing home to me. And it's been painful to have a big piece of that home be torn away from me because of COVID. And I can only imagine how painful it is for others to have it also be torn away by anti-Semitism. So Senators, I urge you, vote for the home you want FSU to be. Vote for Resolution 59. Thank you for your time.
Ahmed, you're muted.
I keep muting myself by accident. But you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready, Majida.
All right, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Senate for hearing us all today, and I sincerely hope we get to all legislation. Pertaining to Resolution 59, I've already emailed my college's senators and said my piece about this resolution, and as a non-Jew and a non-Palestinian, I believe that a compromise is going to be the next step to making the space a more inclusive space for Jewish and Palestinian students. I hope all senators received or sought out the open letter that was written by a coalition of Jewish and Palestinian women who are students here at Florida State University. And because of this group of women, because it was written by this group of women who will be most affected by this resolution, I think they would be a better voice than I ever could be. Mariah previously had outlined their suggestions, which included taking a more apolitical approach and removing mentions of Israel and Palestine, as well as removing that the resolution will be sent to political non-Jewish groups, and also removing Senate President Ahmed Darodik's name from any future bill that accepts a new definition of anti-Semitism. Additionally, I know we have other business here. I would like to talk about Bill 93, which is the Student Government Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Act of 2020, and I sincerely hope it will reach the Senate floor tonight. This bill began as a group project with me and my fellow classmates to bring more awareness and recognition to FSU's lack of an Indigenous land acknowledgement. This institution claims to have good relations with the Seminole Tribe of Florida and to be a representation for the Seminole Tribe, and while this may be true, FSU co-ops some parts of general Native culture, as well as exists on land that is ancestral land of tribes other than the Seminoles. For these reasons and more, I sincerely hope, Senators, that tonight we get to Bill 93 so that we can make tangible change to the culture and erasure of Native history and adopted land acknowledgement, like so many higher education institutions have done before us that do not have a Native tribe as their symbol and representative. If you have any other questions over this bill, I highly suggest checking out Decanes FSU on Instagram and consider voting in favor of Bill 93 and amending or rejecting Resolution 59. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for coming today, Majida. With that, your time has expired. We'll go to our next speaker, which is Sarah Diamond. Miss Sarah Diamond, are you on the call? Karen, are you speaking on behalf of Ms. Diamond?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so again, remember the comments I reiterated earlier and take them to heart when you do speak, and you have 2 minutes.
Of course. So as Ahmad mentioned, I'm speaking on behalf of Sarah Diamond, and she said, as a Jewish student at Florida State University, I personally adopt the IHRA definition, and I'm standing up to anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, her time has expired, and we will be moving forward with our few people that are left. Next, we have Rotem Raz. Rotem Raz. Karen, are you speaking on behalf of Rotem? Oh, Rotem is available.
Okay, hold on. Let me just lower my hand. Okay. Good evening, Senators. I'm coming to you as a former student and former student government senator at UCF. I'm like a transfer student. As senators, you guys should recognize that you are elected to represent all students, including your Jewish and Israeli students at Florida State University. You should be able to put your personal beliefs aside to effectively serve the student body, and I encourage you to vote in favor of Resolution 59. With that, I recommend that the Student Senate President take his time to reach out to Jewish and Israeli organizations so that their confidence in student government can be restored. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. With that, your time has expired, Rotem. Jack Rowan. You have 2 minutes to speak on your own behalf.
Sorry about the mix-up earlier. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Jack Rowan, and I'm an incoming freshman. For nearly 2 weeks, this body has been paralyzed by Resolution 59. While I don't wish to speak about the text of the resolution tonight, I'd like to talk about the debate on this resolution. A debate that has been counterproductive at best and downright toxic at worst. Let me make one thing clear. I abhor anti-Semitism and believe that FSU must protect Jewish students. However, we must be careful to avoid combating hate with more hate. There is a problem when senators that have fought for equality and inclusivity are branded as anti-Semites just because they worry that the good intentions of this resolution may have unintended consequences. There is a problem when senators are told that they cannot debate a measure lest they be called an anti-Semite. There is a problem when Jewish students are called tokens for raising concerns about this resolution. The idea that senators should be cajoled into a vote under the threat that they will be libeled should make everyone pause for a moment. This is not how representative democracy works. It works through thoughtful arguments and respectful debate, not through constant threats and intimidation. Whether you support Resolution 59 or not, I ask everyone to maintain respect for each other. Whether you're a senator, an RSO head, or just a regular student, whether you're in an organization or not, a student union or not, we must show some decency, lest the whole system grinds to a halt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, for sharing your thoughts with us tonight. Your time has now expired. And with that being said, the last speaker on my list is John Ocampo. John, you could raise your hand.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Should I start now?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool. So my name's John. I'm a history and religion double major, and I'm going to use some of that background to expand the debate real quick. So the Israeli flag, it has represented hope and freedom from persecution for millions of refugees who fled the evil of anti-Semitism. By the same token, the Palestinian flag represents a global movement of anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism for millions of Palestinians and the dreams of millions of Palestinians to return to their homeland, reclaim their dignity, and cease to live in perpetual terror. However, these two sides are not equal because the Israeli state, nation state, was founded and it receives continual support from the United States of America, which is the world's biggest imperial military superpower, while Palestine barely receives any aid and has no real legitimacy that backs its actual right to exist. And because of this, we can't really, SJP needs to be able to criticize Israel in order to defend Palestinians. It's not anti-Jewish, it's anti-oppression. And the thing is that the IHRA definition, it tries to limit this by saying that comparing the Israeli atrocities to any other atrocity or the Holocaust or anything like that is automatically anti-Semitic. But as a history major, I can tell you that when you compare one genocide to another genocide or one form of colonialism, it doesn't make it like, it's not to insult, it's to just expand the debate and to expand the discussion so you can analyze trends and changes and continuities over time. This definition is anti-intellectual, but I do think that anti-Semitism is a huge problem and we need to take immediate action to stop it. But this definition, if it continues this way, without removing the Israeli part, it's going to be a problem and it's not actually going to solve
Thank you, John, for speaking. And with that being said, your time has expired. And it's been brought to my attention that Micah Feldman, as well as Benjamin Robbins, still would like to speak. So Benjamin Robbins, I see your hand is raised. So, I'll recognize you to speak. And then after that, Micah Feldman, if you're on the call, please raise your hand. Oh, Benjamin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Benjamin Robbins, and I am a Jewish incoming sophomore at FSU. My ancestors, just like millions and millions of other Jews, were forced out of their home countries during the pogroms and came to the United States to live their lives in peace. Over a century later, pogroms are still happening all around the world, and I don't feel safe anymore. There's only one Jewish majority country in the world, Israel, which is also being targeted by people around the world for anti-Semitic reasons. People came there as a safe haven after being forcibly removed from their countries, many of whom came from the Arab world, but Israel is falsely referred to as an apartheid state by organizations, even though Arab Israeli citizens hold 15 seats in the Knesset. This defamation against the state of Israel is not based on facts. It's simply another form of anti-Semitism, which is growing more and more common throughout the world once again. Swastikas are being sprayed in public places all around the world, and influential people are posting anti-Semitic statements on social media. But people don't care. Neo-Nazis are marching through the streets chanting that Jews won't replace us, but people in positions of authority refer to them as good people. We need Resolution 59 to protect us from the hatred that's so rampant throughout the world right now. And with that, I yield my time.
All right, thank you for that. With that being said, if Mr. Fieldman is on the call, I will recognize you first. And then after that, anybody else who is wishing to speak, who is a student or non-budgeted RSO, you can please raise your hand and then I will go off of that list if you have not spoken prior. Micah, you're ready. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Jews are tired. We're tired of hiding. We're tired of running. We're tired of being told what our lived experience is. And we are not your toys to tokenize. Non-Jewish individuals on this call using quotes from Holocaust survivors to attack a resolution centered on giving Jews a voice on campus is despicable and anti-Semitic. Listen to the majority of Jews on this call, the majority of Jews around this country and the world. Vote yes for Resolution 59 and do the most obvious first step you can take to fight hatred. We are remembered by how we react in times of strife, in the times when we and those around us are challenged. When the entire world is hating on Jews right now, I'll remind you that tomorrow the voting record will be public and you will be remembered for how you acted, far beyond Landis, far beyond Tallahassee, for how you responded when hatred was at your front door. This isn't about politics. It's hatred. It's about racism. Thank you to every leader who has continued to stand up against hatred, regardless of color and creed. Vote yes for Resolution 59. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Fieldman. With that being said, if anybody would like to speak who has not spoken yet, I will recognize Matthew Harris first as a student. If any other students or non-budgeted RSOs would like to speak in this comment, please raise your hand so I can recognize you.
Okay.
Matthew Harris, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
My name is Matthew Harris, and as a Jewish student at FSU, Resolution 59 makes me feel less safe. Anti-Semitism is a very real problem, and it is unbelievably scary, and it must be addressed. But this resolution does not do that in an effective or smart way. The man who penned the IHRA definition, Ken Stern, has explicitly said that when universities and other entities adopt it, it stifles free speech. This is because the definition, which was created only for research purposes, allows some organizations to, as Ken Stern said, hunt political speech they disagree with. Additionally, the resolution calls for the appointment of a Senate liaison to the Jewish Student Union, an organization that has existed only for a matter of months. This is wildly inappropriate, as I can promise that the Jewish Student Union cannot speak for all Jewish students, including myself. In effect, what this resolution does is legitimize a certain way of being Jewish. If the Senate passes this resolution as is, it is telling Jewish students who disagree with it that they are not Jewish enough or that they are simply being Jewish wrongly. Again, anti-Semitism must be addressed, but in a productive, non-controversial, and enlightening way, preferably by primarily addressing the role of white supremacy and anti-Semitism. Please do not pass Resolution 59 as written and protect all Jewish students from all forms of anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking today. I know there's a few senators who have brought up that they would like to speak on behalf of a student. Please, if you want to do so, raise your hand and I will recognize you. But beyond that, I do want to make sure that you are aware that if you do speak out of term, from whoever that comment was for, you will be relinquishing your rights and duties as a senator for the night. So please keep that, at the front of your mind. And with that being said, Senator Alvarez, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, I will only be reading verbatim what was sent to me. The Judiciary Committee had issued 2 subpoenas to Student Body President Jonathan Levin regarding allegations of him sending threatening messages to senators in order to sway their votes at the previous Senate meeting. I, as a former senator, have been in a similar position of intimidation before. I know how scary and uncomfortable it can be and how conflicting it can be when deciding to come forward with evidence you may have. I'd encourage you to do what you know is right, to fight for justice and truth, and to not be intimidated. There are people who will support you. There are people who will stand by you. And should you come forward with evidence to support the claims made in private of intimidation and threats, as the Judiciary Committee has proven, there will always be people and senators to defend your right to not be threatened to vote or act in a certain way in your role as a senator. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. And I do want to remind the audience, please remain respectful. If you're on camera, I did notice somebody pull up like a boo on their screen. I understand if you disagree with what somebody is saying or anything like that, it's understandable. You are allowed to have disagreements. However, making them public and making them as disrespectful as the ones I just witnessed is inappropriate and unacceptable. If I do see them again, I will stop your video. And if you consistently do it, I will, remove you from the meeting because that's inappropriate. So beyond that, I would like to recognize Senator Wang to speak on behalf of whomever she intended to speak on behalf of.
Hi, so I have a comment on behalf of a student who wishes to remain anonymous, but I will be reading verbatim what they sent to me. As a queer student on campus, I always feel unsafe walking around, especially if I don't look as straight. I don't feel comfortable holding the hands of my significant others. I often don't feel safe being my truest, most authentic self because of students like Jack Denton, his supporters, and other bigots. The student who is being confirmed to the Supreme Court Chief Justice doesn't know the most important U.S. Supreme Court cases for queer Americans, including that to have the right to marry whoever you choose. I don't feel that the students will be well represented by her. To add insult to injury, she is unqualified for being a justice because she has expressed racially insensitive comments through a tweet she made March 12, 2020. The candidate tweeted, "Now's the time to taste a bat if you've ever wanted to. That is racist, point blank. Racism towards Asian Americans are seriously overlooked on our campus. Even President Darrell Deke ignored the API community on a racial justice ad hoc until the API community demanded representation. My identities are always being attacked because of the lack of care. I'm sick of having to fight for myself. My SJ representatives should be able to do this on their own. I'm so tired of people not caring about the pain of the students on this campus. Your bills and legislation don't matter when people aren't safe on this campus. The SGA isn't working for the students, and until then, you won't ever have the standing to say you're the voice of the students because the Student Senate has brought so much pain to ever be considered leaders. Please, President Darrell Deke and other student leaders present, stop using the pain so many of our students have gone through for your own political gain. The pain you have put students in is disgusting. I am so tired that you feel the right to claim such a high pedestal when you've used this privilege to cause more pain than help. And with that, I yield.
Thank you for for coming in today and speaking. With that being said, Karen, you said you want to speak on behalf of
Emily Bowden.
Emily Bowden. So again, make sure you restrict yourself to saying, comments that she wanted, and you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Emily Bowden, and I'm entering my sophomore year at FSU. As a Jewish student, I am very concerned with recent anti-Semitic incidents involving our school. I've witnessed members of our own student senate engage in anti-Semitic behavior. These representatives are supposed to represent our whole student body, including Jewish students. They should not be speaking to oppress or silence the Jewish population, and I fear that is what is happening. Recently, on a social media site, concerns regarding the recent anti-Semitic views were voiced. In response, a student senate member used profanity against students supporting Jewish students and told them to shut up. This should not be tolerated or permitted. We are in a unique climate right now where attention is being focused on the rise in hate, and there is a movement to stop it. This movement against hate should include hate against all. My concern is that some of the perpetrators of anti-Semitism do not even realize that they are offensive. This is precisely why it is imperative to have a definition of what is considered to be anti-Semitic behavior adopted. With the adoption of a clear definition, there can be no confusion as to what is acceptable and what is not. With the adoption of a clear definition, there can be accountability by those who meet the definition, and there can be a measure of feeling protected for the Jewish students, who right now are not afforded any. As a campus, we need to do better in stopping intolerance against all groups, as inequality against one is inequality against all. For this reason, I implore you to adopt the definition of anti-Semitism as established by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for coming in, Karen, and speaking on behalf of that individual. And so with that being said, are there any further open comments? Senator Kuznier.
I was going to move to go forward, but a hand just popped up.
Oh, no worries. If any other students would like to speak, we will recognize them. If not, we can move forward. But if there's still students who'd like to speak, we have to recognize them prior to moving forward. Dom Hoffman, would you like to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Ms. Hoffman. And you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to the Senate for hearing this. As a previous student senator and budget committee chair, I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Racism towards Jews is rampant throughout the world, especially on college campuses. I've been on the receiving end of this at FSU. This is not a partisan issue. This is not about Israel. This is not about right-wing conservative politics, no matter which way you try and spin this. If you disagree or have a negative reaction to this resolution, I urge you to confront your own bias when seeking to understand the Jewish community and their plight. A long debate over the resolution for any other minority group on campus would not be so heavily debated, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. So with that, your time has expired. Thank you for coming, Ms. Dom. Are there any other students or non-budgeted RSOs who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we will continue with the order of the calendar. And that being said, the calendar is now shared. Verification, done, and done. And so before moving forward, I did have a question for the advisors in regards to the yes and no. Did we still want to do it, the situation in regards to leaving the meeting and coming back so that senators are able to have that option to click yes or no? Or did we want to wait until? So that's for the advisors, if either one of you wanted to respond.
I said yes, so let them leave and then come back in.
All right, so before we move forward, all senators, please take a moment to leave the Zoom meeting and then come back. And I will be doing so as well and coming back. And then once we come back, I will be calling a roll call. All right, so welcome back, guys. We will just take a moment to allow all the senators who left, to be able to come back in. So we'll give that like 2.5 minutes just to ensure everybody is able to come back in, because I still see names popping up for senators in the waiting list. All right, so I don't see anybody else trying to hop back in. So with that being said, I'm going to do roll call. So please make sure you raise your hand when you are able to, when I call your name. Senator Adamik, Senator Marcia. Senator Marcia to take a leave. Senator Macmillan. Senator Macmillan. Okay. Senator McKay. Senator Quillian. Senator Quillian. Okay, perfect. Senator Akonda. Senator Bateman. Senator Hinks. Senator Little. Senator Little and Senator Hinks. Please raise your hand if you're on the call. So is Hinks. Perfect. Senator Lavender. Senator Selva. Senator Colvin. Senator Rossi. Senator Colvin. Senator Madison Mouget. Senator Tillman. Senator Wilkinson. Senator Palacio. Senator England. Senator Wang. Senator KP Yanam. Senator Lowry. Senator Shanahan. Senator Easer. Senator Ryan. Senator Ryan is not on the call. Senator Alvarez. Senator Capallo. Senator Lecky. Senator Sam. Senator Ashley Gonzalez. Senator Denton. Senator Sasha Martin. Senator Adams, Senator Dodson, Senator Garcia. Senator Bogle. Senator Diaz. Senator Alexander. Senator Kruger. Senator Dean. Senator Kuznier. Senator Escanio Martinez. Senator Murray. Senator Medley Neyra. Senator Tooks. Senator Ross. Senator Chabot. Senator Peter Mouget. Senator Gabadaj. Senator Gabriel. Senator Waters. Senator Stinson. Senator Robert Gonzalez. Senator Rudd, Senator Porter, and then Senator Kill. All right, give me one moment so I can verify quorum. All right, we have 41 senators present. With that being said, quorum is met. You guys can lower your hands. I do apologize. I just need one moment to address a question I received. So moving forward with the calendar, we have just finished student and non-budgeted RSO comments. We are moving into special introductions and announcements. I have been made aware that there are representatives who wanted to speak. However, as a Senate president, it is within, my discretion as the president and in, the previous precedents that have been set by Senate presidents that during the special announcement comment, it is up to the discretion of the Senate president who will speak. One of the biggest reasons that I am not going to allow said representatives to speak is due to the fact that, in multiple media outlets and in multiple different instances, they have made clear their intents on how they feel about different pieces of legislation and the internal affairs of how this student government works. And due to the fact that we are a student government, I do not feel comfortable to allow legislators to sway senators to feel a different way or vote a specific way or whatever it may be that their intent is. As a Senate president, I do not feel comfortable allowing said speakers to speak. And so with that, I see Miss Egan. She is from General Counsel who wanted to speak. Yes, Miss Egan.
Yeah, so I've noticed that you don't have a parliamentarian, so I thought we should confer about that. I'm happy to do that in whatever form works for you, but I think we should confer about it, seeing that typically you would not be the final word on that. It would be the parliamentarian. You just happen to have a vacancy there.
We have our past parliamentarian currently serves as a senator, so we could ask him his position in regards to this if you feel comfortable and feel like as if that is appropriate.
Well, I think you should, and I think your parliamentarian should consider the fact that public officials have on many occasions been recognized in the past as part of special introductions, that is an appropriate use of it. Yeah. With respect to the discretion, I don't see exactly where in the Senate Rules of Procedure you're given exclusive discretion over that. If there's something you could point me to, I would be happy to look at it. But I think all Senate precedent would dictate that this is an appropriate use of this time.
Correct. And for me as a Senate president and as the precedents I've seen set by previous presidents when they allowed members like Amy Hecht speak, members like John Daly speak every time they have spoken with the intent to help the student body in regards to issues that aren't involving our internal affairs. And so for me, as a Senate president, I don't feel comfortable allowing somebody who I've seen in multiple occasions, whether it be in the media, whether it be in their personal stances, take positions on our internal affairs as a Senate. And, because we are the student Senate, I don't believe that it's appropriate for members of the federal body, members of the House of Representatives for the state of Florida, not for Florida State University, to be involved in the internal political climate of a student government. And so that's where I'm coming from in that regard, Ms. Egan, but I will allow for Senator Alvarez, if you could raise your hand as our previous parliamentarian.
Yeah, I would encourage you to confer with your parliamentarian. I would urge you to consider your enumerated powers as the Student Senate President before you make that decision.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Egan.
As a matter Yes, I'm currently serving as a summer senator for the summer term. I previously served as the parliamentarian for the 72nd Senate during the fall and spring, and I hope to return as the parliamentarian when my term as a summer senator is over. When I was first asked by President Darrell Deke about the discretionary powers of the president over non-student speaking, I looked to Chapter 410, the Student Participation in the Senate Act of 1994, to 410.2a, which states that the Student Senate shall promulgate the necessary rules and procedures to permit members of the student body to address the Senate. And then with the rules regarding special introductions and announcements, the only rule surrounding it is that it exists as an item on the agenda. And so the assumption therein and the precedent has been the Senate president determines what is to be considered a special introduction and announcement. The precedent has been, as the president describes, of members of the public who are not students, administrators, and government officials updating about things external to the Senate. I have not, however, seen in my time serving since the 70th Student Senate, special introductions and announcements being conducted around issues internal to the Student Senate. And as I always tell students when discussing precedent is unbinding. However, that has been the observed history that I've seen thus far.
All right, with that being said, I did have one final question for you, Senator Alvarez.
Yes,
is this considered something that could be like a motion in regards to appeal the decision of the chair, or is that not appropriate in this section?
If a member of the Senate believes that it is a violation of any of the Senate rules to exclude a specific person from special introductions and announcements, the process for doing so would be to first raise it as a point of order to the president, where they would cite the pertinent rule from the Senate Rules of Procedure that they believe is being violated by the president. And if the president decides on that point of order in a way that they believe is not in line with the Senate rules, they may then move to appeal the decision of the chair, subject to a majority vote of the Senate.
Thank you for that clarification. And so with everything that has been said, I will not be allowing representatives to speak on this matter. And so with that being said, if anybody does have a point of order, I will recognize you to make that point. And please ensure that you are citing the rule in regards to that point of order, that rule or statute. So with that being said, Senator England.
Yeah, never mind.
All right. Senator Rudd, did you have a point?
I move to waive the rules to allow for Representative Salzberg and Stark to speak.
What rule are you moving to waive?
Let me restate. I move to appeal to overrule the decision of the chair.
Again, as stated by Senator Alvarez, there has not been anything in regards to me making a decision on the point of order for you to decide to appeal my decision. But beyond that, if there is a point of order you would like to bring up in regards to a specific rule or statute that I have broken, I'm more than willing to hear it. And if you guys as the Senate believe that my decision was, breaking it, and you breaking that rule, and you feel as if you want to appeal my decision after I make one on a point of order, then you will be in line to do so. However, as it stands now, there is nothing to appeal.
Point of clarification.
Okay, are you clarifying something for the senators, or do you have like a point of inquiry where you're asking?
Point of inquiry, I apologize. Can't we make a motion to vote to override the decision of the chair?
Yes, if I had made a decision in regards to a specific point that a senator had made. However, you have not made a point for me to have made a decision to break.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Rudd. With that, Senator Adamik, did you have a point?
1 second. Give me 1 second, please.
All right, so any other senators wishing to speak? Seeing no senators wishing to speak beyond Rudd and Adamik who've prior spoken, Senator Mouget.
Yes, if we're asking for.
Did you have a point, Senator Mouget?
Yeah, sorry, point of inquiry.
Okay, what is your question?
If we're trying to find the specific rule as to why these non-FSU students can speak, what is the rule saying that they can't? I think what we're saying is that you're saying that you're not broken one, but like, what is the rule? Where's the rule stating that they can't speak when we're struggling to find one?
So it's not a rule that I'm basing that I'm stating. What I was doing is based off of the precedents that have been set by previous Senate presidents in regards to allowing special introduction and announcement speakers.
Okay.
That's what I was going off of.
Okay, I have a follow-up. If we're trying, how is there any way, if we're making this decision set on a precedent, how are we supposed to make a motion to allow them to speak?
I can defer to Senator Alvarez if you have a response for her, but personally, I do not have one. Senator Alvarez, you're recognized to respond to Senator Mouget's point.
If Senator Mouget could please rephrase her question so it's directed to me so I can understand the question so I can answer it appropriately.
Of course. Senator Mouget, would you like to restate your question, your point of inquiry?
I do, but I don't feel comfortable directing it to Senator Alvarez when that's technically not our parliamentarian.
Correct. However, we don't have a parliamentarian currently. And, because I cannot fully answer that question for you, I was attempting to provide somebody who can. However, if you don't feel comfortable doing so, then we will just move forward.
As I see, there's a couple other senators with their hands raised, so I'll go ahead and lower mine and allow someone else to speak.
Senator Rudd, did you have a point of order or something you would like to bring to the chair?
Point of inquiry, what rule gives you this specific discretion?
Again, this is a precedent, not a rule. And in regards to, somebody presiding over a meeting, it's my responsibility to ensure that our speakers are here not to influence and sway the decision of senators, and rather if a special introduction or announcement speaker wish to come, that they come and speak to us on an external matter and not attempt to influence the way that senators perceive a particular issue. That's what student and budgeted non-RSO comments is for, is to allow the students who they represent to speak to them. Does that answer your question, Senator Rudd?
Since this isn't a written out rule, then how does this give you the discretion?
Again, as the presiding officer, I have the discretion to move forward as I deem fit.
Okay.
All right, seeing that Senator Rudd has no further comments, do any other senators wish to make a point, motion? Senator England?
Yes. So, point of order. I believe Senate Rule 2.7 says that subject to order and decorum, the president shall provide reasonable access to members of the public and press. And it doesn't specifically say what reasonable access means, but I believe that in my interpretation as a senator of rules of procedure, that the chair is not providing reasonable access to a member of our community, and therefore I believe that the chair is out of order, contrary to Rule 2.7.
State that rule again for me, please.
I'm sorry?
Could you state the rule number for me, please?
2.7.
You said 2.7?
Yes.
All right, give me one moment so I can pull it up for the Student Senate before I rule on that point of order.
I do believe it's referring to recording of Senate, but it doesn't, the first sentence does not refer to anything in specific.
Thank you for making your point, Senator England. So here is Rule 2.7. It says, subject to order and decorum, the president shall provide reasonable access to members of the public and press, including at least one representative from each of the print, radio, and television news media. If anyone wishes to video record or voice record the Senate proceedings, The individual or group shall simply inform the president, who shall inform the Senate of such occurrences. This provision is not to restrict the recording of Senate, but is a sign of courtesy to inform the Senate that their likeliness or voice will be recorded by an individual or group. And so my interpretation of this means that I shall, provide reasonable access to members of the public in the sense that, our meetings, one, are public. They are allowed to, two, sit into the meetings. And three, this specific rule does not grant them the privilege of speaking within our chambers. And so for that reason, that it does not give them the direct privilege to speak within these chambers. Again, I do see that, I don't recognize that point of order, and I see that point as out of order. Therefore, if somebody did wish to appeal the chair, this is something where you can appeal the chair on in regards to 2.7. However, I still don't believe, even if you, overrule, my point of order, I do not believe that would give the speakers the right to speak. However, we can move forward and see what the decision of the Senate will be. Senator Kuznier.
I move to allow a non-senator to speak. That would be Attorney General Kelvin Reddy.
Did you have a specific question or something directed to?
His hand has been up for a while, and I know it's only senators that have been called on recently.
The specific reason for that was because this is Senate business. However, I do recognize your motion. If there's a second to that motion, I will entertain it. Senator Adamic, do you plan on seconding the motion made by Senator Kuznier?
I didn't. I actually had a different point I wanted to make.
All right, so with that point, please hold it until this motion is complete. With that being said, is there any objections to, no, honestly, I don't think I need to ask objections for a non-senator to speak. Senator Attorney General Reddy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would turn the Senate's attention to statute 203.5 that makes it clear there shall be no less than 5 minutes aggregated and reserved at the beginning of any meeting held under the auspices of the Student Government Association for members of the public and all Student Government Association affiliates to address those assembled upon application by any member of the student body. The public shall be defined as any member of the student body who is neither an officer nor candidate for office in the Student Government Association, as well as university faculty and staff unaffiliated with the student government, as well as any person not affiliated with the Florida State University or the Student Government Association, which would cover the individuals that are currently in question. And so I would like us to stay within statutory bounds, lest we end up before the Supreme Court. I yield my time back.
I don't appreciate the threats, Attorney General Reddy. However, I appreciate you making your statement, and thank you. With that being said, are there any other further points? Senator Adamic, did you have a point?
Yeah. I have a point of order. I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair.
All right, and so with that, is there a second to appeal the decision of the chair? And what decision are you appealing exactly, Senator
The decision to not allow the state representatives here to speak.
I did not make, the point of order would be to appeal the decision on my ruling against 2.7. So if that's the point you'd like to make, I would recognize. If not, I would see that motion is out of order.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I was not clear, 2.7, Rule 2.7, I can share my screen again to ensure that you can see it. However, Rule 2.7 is the rule in which I made a decision on. And so with that being said, if that is what you wanted to appeal the decision of the chair on, that would be appropriate. However, when it comes to the special introduction and announcement, there was no decision to be appealed.
But you did make a decision to not allow the representatives to speak. You just made that decision.
Based on
I'm appealing that decision.
Again,
appealing the decision of the chair gives the senator the power to appeal any decision made by the chair.
All right, so with that being said, is there a second to Adamic's appealing of the chair? Seeing that there's multiple, Senator England.
Seconded.
All right, so with that being said, this is a debatable motion. So he's motioning to appeal the chair. Are there any objections, by the way, in regards to this motion? Senator Sam?
Yes, I object based on the fact that the only individuals asking for these representatives to speak in support of Resolution 59 are the sponsors of this resolution, which deeply disturbs me.
All right. With that being said, I do want to ask Senator Alvarez, in regards to an objection being made to the motion to appeal the chair, would we debate the objection or the motion itself?
If the original point that was raised was debatable, then the appeal would also be debatable. If it was an undebatable rule that was originally proposed, then the appeal itself too would also be non-debatable. So if the interpretation is correct that the point of order was about Rule 2.7 and Rule 2.7 does not include any parts of debate aside from the president must inform the members of the public during recording, then the vote on the appeal over the president's interpretation of Rule 2.7 would also be non-debatable.
All right, so therefore we would go into a direct majority vote.
From my understanding, if other senators deem otherwise, they can bring up a citation. I'm just running on my reading of Rule 2.7.
All right, thank you for that. With that being said, we will take a vote in regards to the objection that was made by Senator Sam. With that being said, if you are on the side of the objection to appeal the chair, you would vote yes in regards to you objecting as well. And if you vote no, it means that you would like to move forward and hear. Go ahead, Alvarez.
Point of order, Mr. President. The vote would be on the appeal. So a vote yes would be in favor of Senator Adam Meek's appeal of the decision, and a vote no would be in opposition to Senator Adam Meek's appeal of the decision, just on the basis on the rules regarding appeals of the chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And so with that being said, if you vote yes, you're voting in favor to appeal the motion of the chair. If you're voting no, you're voting in regards to objecting to the appealing of the chair. So with that being said, please make your vote and do so as quickly as you can. Are there any further senators wishing to vote? Seeing none, please keep your votes as is so I can please record them. All right, so seeing that the motion in regards to appealing the decision of the chair has failed with a vote of 16 to 18 to 6. So with that, we will continue and we will move forward and move beyond special announcements and introductions. Senator Adam Meek.
Yeah, I'd just like to point, I guess, point of clarification. I'd like to point attention to Student Body Statute 203.3 that says all meetings held under the auspices of Student Government Association, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, at which official acts are to be taken, are declared open to the public at all times. No resolution, rule, or formal action shall be considered binding except if enacted at such meeting. And given the fact that members of the public were just discounted from being allowed to speak at this meeting, we are no longer in the auspices of a legitimate Senate meeting.
Senator Alvarez.
Yes, I have 2 points of information, Mr. President. Number one, for this meeting being public, has any member of the public been denied entry into the Zoom call?
No.
And then for my second point of information, has there been at least 5 minutes aggregate reserved at the beginning of this meeting for members of the public to address those assembled upon application by any member of the student body?
Could you repeat that question?
Has there been no less than at least 5 minutes aggregate reserved at the beginning of this meeting for members of the public to speak?
I believe so, there was.
Thank you.
So with that being said,
Ahmad, you're muted.
sorry, I do apologize. I was saying if there is a point or motion that needs to be made from any senator, please do so now. If not, I am moving forward because we have halted this Senate meeting.
Thank you for recognizing me. I move to unlock the calendar and hear Resolution 59.
With that, is there a second? Senator Murray.
So seconded.
All right, with that, are there any objections to Senator Alvarez? Are you objecting to the motion to unlock the calendar?
I object to the motion currently as there are still announcements from the different SGA offices. Once we complete announcements, I would wholly support this motion.
All right, with that being said, Senator Kuznier, do you withdraw so we can move forward with the announcements?
I do not. The members waited last meeting. They've been here this meeting again, and this deserves to be voted on now. And we can go to a vote on this motion.
All right, so with that being said, this is a debatable motion based off of my experience with it. And so with that being said, Senator Alvarez withdraws his objection. And Ireland, I do see that you said AASU wants to speak. However, the Senate has unlocked the calendar with no objections. And therefore, we will be moving forward to Resolution 59. However, once Resolution 59 has been voted on, is there an objection? Senator Gonzalez.
Yes, I object to the motion.
Okay, so with that being said, again, Senator Kuznier, do you withdraw your motion?
For the time being, I'll withdraw, but I intend to make it again soon.
All right. With that being said, we will move forward with the order of the calendar and move into messages from the executive branch. Are there any members of the executive branch wishing to speak today? Please raise your hand. I send Attorney General Reddy. I would assume you're a part of the executive branch. Therefore, if you'd like to have, and Senator Jonathan Levin, our president, is here as well. So President Levin, you're recognized.
Good evening, Senate. So I have 2 guests with me, 2 state representatives, and during my time, they can speak, and then I will continue what I have to say after them. Please unmute them.
I'm not sure that your time can be allotted to other.
It is because they're my guests, and the president sets, as it was in previous administrations, that when they have brought guests, they are allowed to speak. So if we want to talk about precedents, let's talk about precedents. So please unmute my guests, state representatives, to speak.
I would ask you to refrain from hostility because it is not welcomed in these chambers.
Oh, well, it's already here. Please unmute my guests to speak.
Point of information, Mr. President. President Darrell D., could you please direct this question to the student body president? Could he please cite an instance where in the Senate chambers during messages from the executive branch when individuals were present as guests on behalf of the executive branch that were not officers of the student government?
You can answer that question, President Levin.
President Steinberg brought guests from FAMU who were not students of the FSU student body, and that was allowed, where he also brought Mayor Daley last year.
Are there further points, Senators? Senator Gonzalez, did you have a point?
Yep, point of inquiry to President Levin. Were the guests, were they speaking of something about Senate's internal affairs?
I am unsure what the guests are speaking about here tonight. They have not told me what they're talking about. They have not told the President of the Senate what they're speaking about.
As a point of clarification, in regards to their stance on our internal affairs as the Senate, it's been made clear through multiple articles in the media what they believe, their perspective on how we've been internally operating, which is just disrespectful in my opinion. Senator Dean, did you have a point?
Point of inquiry for President Levin. Do you have evidence that you directly invited these representatives on your behalf?
I do. It's an email chain that can be made public if necessary, which I don't have with me right now, but I think that we need to let state representatives and show them the respect and let them speak. And when they let us come and speak to them, we should let them come and speak to us.
Senator England.
It's honestly ridiculous.
Point of personal privilege. May I ask the chair if he is going to uphold the request of the student body president?
Honestly, I don't feel comfortable doing so. But with that being said, you know, out of respect for his office, you know, although that respect is lacking to go both ways, I will allow for them to speak. However, if their comments stray away from external matters of the Senate, they will be muted in regards to ensuring that, you know, the precedent that has been set. Because, you know, I was present at the meeting with John Daly as well as the FAMU members who you brought up. And as a point of clarification, all they spoke about was external matters. And so with that being said, if these state representatives would like to speak, please raise your hand, and remember that when you do speak, to speak on external matters and not on the internal matters of the Senate. And with that, Ms. Amy Schlossberg,
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Emily Schlossberg, but I'll first yield to State Representative Rick Stark. He had his hand up first. But I appreciate you recognizing us.
No worries, Ms. Schlossberg. Can the representative you were speaking of raise his hand? I do not see him.
Okay, well, then I'll start off.
I see him now. I asked him to mute himself. But again, just remember before either of you make a comment that you please refrain from referring to, you know, Resolution 59 and referring to the internal matters of the Senate, because again, it will not be appreciated by the Senate chambers.
Mr. President, this is State Representative Richard Stark speaking. And I've been a member of the state legislature for 8 years. We waive the rules frequently. We give everybody the opportunity to speak, especially students. We also control the funding of the school. And I am not pleased by what I'm hearing tonight. Democracy in action allows people to speak on issues. I don't care whether it's a state legislature, whether it's the federal government or a student body government. And we pass real laws. You guys are debating rules, and you do not pass laws that affect the public. Now, I would have no problem giving you or any member of this student senate the ability to speak anytime you want. I will not speak on your resolution tonight, but I will let you know that I do support all resolutions that do not allow anti-Semitism. We have it within the state, and people can speak anytime they want. They can come to speak to us anytime they want. In fact, you have somebody that's in this call who actually came and protested while I spoke in the Florida House. So I believe in free speech. I believe in you having the right to have free speech, but I am not pleased by people bending the rules to not allow free speech. And I will end it there. And I thank the students for saying what they wanted to say. And I appreciate people saying things that don't agree with what the resolution does. I don't disagree. If people want to criticize the state of Israel, they can do that. And the state of Israel allows it where its neighbors do not. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak and sit here and waste 3 hours of my time just to speak for 3 minutes. But I don't think it was a waste of time. Thank you for letting me speak. And I just want to let these students know that I represent Southwest Broward. I've got 4 cities that I represent, and I'm running for mayor of the city of Weston that has lots of students, Jewish and non-Jewish students, that go to Florida State University. And I'm proud to speak to Florida State when I'm a Gator family. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, and I'm just going to follow up on that. I'm Emily Schlossberg. I'm a state representative who's very close with Representative Richard Stark. And I want to start off by saying thank you to each of you, each and every single one of you students who spoke up today one way or the other. Because your voices tonight here, that's your power. That's similar to us in the state legislature. That's our power. And just like Rick Stark said, we constantly waive the rules. We've waived the rules for many different reasons, and especially when out of respect for our visitors and guests in the public want to come and address us. We always try to bend over backwards. We always try to bend over backwards to accommodate. I'm not going to go into any specifics on internally, and I'm not going to talk about the resolution. I just want to say that, you know, there's no place for hatred and prejudice on our college campuses. Students, whether you're Jewish, Zionist, Christian, Muslim, any religion, you're entitled to attend school at Florida State University with as much protection and freedom from a hostile environment as any other student. I think what you guys have done coming here tonight and sharing your feelings, a lot of the students, it's not easy to come up in front of everybody and explain and express how you feel. You all are doing the right thing. Any type of anti-Semitism or prejudice, it's not acceptable. It is not acceptable. And I think as a good leader, you would try to unite all of all of my senators and all of the student body. It's about unison. It's about coming together. And again, thank you all for coming and doing what you're doing. You guys are very impressive, and you know, I've learned a lot tonight, and so has my colleague Rick Stark. So thank you for that.
Thank you guys for both coming today. I do appreciate your statements. I did just want to say, you know, I apologize if you felt like there was, you know, anything from me in regards to hostility. I didn't intend it, but I did just want to acknowledge the fact that Representative Stark brought up. You know, I understand you may not think that we pass real laws, but you know, we try our best to represent our students. So I do appreciate you guys for coming. And President Levin, you know, we're still in executive branch comments, so if you'd like to make a comment, you're free to do so and recognized to do so.
Well, thank you. And thank you to the 2 guests here this evening talking about very important matters that the Student Senate will be at hand tonight. The main thing I wanted to say, besides what I had to previously, is if you can all go see on our SGA Instagram and SGA Twitter. We released a statement earlier today that addresses a large amount of topics that are going on right now and how the executive branch plans to deal with those topics. There is an action plan along with a general conclusion. I'm happy to see that the resolution that was passed last week was able to make its way up to the federal level. We were able to send that, and also that the current U.S. federal administration was able to repeal the decision about international students. So I'm happy that international students will be able to continue being FSU students in the fall. With that being said, there is a lot of different items on there that, again, if you have questions, please reach out. I give my email every single time, fsuSGApresident@admin.fsu.edu. And truthfully, Senate, I am looking forward to the fall. I'm hoping that you all can accomplish legislation tonight. And if anybody has any issues or questions or comments, please notify me. And one other thing I did want to bring up, just because I know it was brought up in the past. My role, or what I say, is done with effective leadership. If anybody does feel that it is intimidating or whatever word that was used that I believe is completely inaccurate, please let me know. Again, you have my email. I will be happy, more than happy, to have a conversation with you in and outside of office hours so we can further our beloved university, something myself, Nastasia, Christian, and the entire team does on a daily basis from early in the morning to late at night. Thank you and have a great night.
All right, with that, we're wrapping up the executive branch comments. And now we are going into messages from agency bureau directors, SGA organization officers, and employees. And so Ireland, if this is, if you wanted to speak, Tanvi will be speaking. And if any other agency bureau directors or anybody else mentioned in this list would like to speak, please raise your hand and I will recognize you after Ms. Tanvi speaks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanvi Malalendra. I use she, her pronouns. I am the director of the Asian American Student Union, and I will be representing them tonight. First, I wanted to give a few updates about our and our affiliates' events going on right now. Several of our affiliates are running fundraisers. Some of them are to benefit COVID-19 patients, as this is still an issue that is facing our nation, of course. We are also hosting a healing mental health event with the art therapy grad students this Thursday. I also wanted to bring up some concerns about the candidate for temporary Chief Justice, Abby Salter. This was mentioned during public comments, but she posted a tweet in March. Now's the time to taste a bat if you want to. Several members of the Asian American Pacific Islander community on campus found these comments to be disrespectful, insensitive, and just generally in very poor taste. Thousands of people are still suffering from this virus, and many people of Asian American heritage are facing racism. People have been physically and verbally assaulted. AAPI businesses have had to close. This is not a joking matter. Even now, ASU and our affiliates are hosting these events and these fundraisers to promote healing and understanding, and it is extremely worrying to us that a candidate for the temporary Chief Justice would show such insensitivity to a community that is blatantly under attack, especially as this potential position would require them to deal with such communities regularly. If you have any questions about the comments or are concerns about them, then we invite you to reach out to ASU to discuss them. My email is fsuaasu.director@gmail.com. Again, my email is fsuaasu.director@gmail.com. We hope you hear our concerns, and we invite you to dialogue about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tanvi. I appreciate you for coming out tonight and sharing with us what your agency is doing, as well as your concerns. Are there any other messages from agency bureau directors, SGA organization officers, and employees? Vanna, are you representing an agency bureau?
I'm not representing an agency, but in one of our group chats, we were asked to say that there are a lot of alumni that would actually like to say something tonight, and we don't really appreciate how a lot of the rules were just bent because people had a really hostile and threatening tone. So I know this might not be my place, but we just wanted to put that out there. Thank you so much.
I thank you for bringing up your concern. I do wish I could recognize alumni. I really do, for the same reasons that I did not recognize the state representatives. I cannot recognize, the alumni because it just doesn't follow our rules and procedures. But thank you for bringing up that concern. And I will ensure to try and find a way to allow alumni to voice their concerns within this body. However, tonight I don't think it'll be possible, but thank you. With that being said, we are in messages from the executive cabinet. Are there any members of the executive cabinet that would like to share a message? All right, seeing none, are there any messages from the class councils? Any messages from the class councils? All right, messages from the Congress of Graduate Students. Messages from the judicial branch. Messages from Union Board and SOAR Board. I know somebody said they wanted to speak on, yes, it is Gigi. you're recognized to speak in this whenever you're ready.
Okay, I apologize in advance for not looking at the screen. I wrote down everything I needed to say so I don't take up too much time because I know we have a lot of important legislation that needs to get passed. Hi everyone, my name is Gigi. I use she, her pronouns, and I currently serve as the finance director for SOAR Board. So I'll just be making some announcements on their behalf tonight. First off, I want to say thank you to the senators sponsoring the legislation regarding the changing of our name from SOAR Board to Engagement Ambassadors. And also, since we have so many students here tonight who are involved in different organizations, we just wanted to take the time to remind you all that RSO recognition for this school year has started. RSO 101 meetings are being held every Monday and Thursday at 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. on Zoom. Additional information on the recognition process can be found on the union website, which is union.fsu.edu. This applies to both new and returning RSOs. The Zoom meeting links can be found in both the bio of the student organizations and involvement Instagram, which is at FSUSOI, and on the previously mentioned union website under the RSO 101 trainings tab.
Thank you for sharing, Gigi. Did you have anything else you'd like to add?
That's all. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for coming. So with that being said, are there any messages from the Campus Recreation Board? All right, seeing none, we actually have started the new fiscal year, guys, so amazing. We have money in the SGA accounting office. Our remaining balance, so this will be our balance until the end of next year. We have $32,000 in Senate projects. We have $50,000 in the program allocation committee. We have $60,000 in the resource travel and allocation committee. And in the organizational fund, we have $4,000. And to quell any concerns before they come up in regards to RTAC, we have not been given any guidance in regards to if not, it'll be appropriate to fund traveling, and so because of that, the money is still gonna stay there until we get further guidance. So like things are changing every day, guys. So just roll, we're just gonna roll with the punches and do as much as we can. But beyond that, we are now in the report of Senate liaisons. So would any senator liaisons like to make a report? Senator Alvarez?
This is not a report, but understanding that we have proceeded past messages and public comment, I move to unlock the calendar so we may proceed to Resolution 59.
All right. So with that being said, Senator Dean?
So seconded, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair Dean. Are there any objections to the motion to unlock the calendar? And Senator Alvarez, you wanted to go directly to Resolution 59 or just to resolutions?
Directly to Resolution 59, as there are a large number of members of the public wishing to see it be discussed sooner rather than later.
All right, understood. So therefore, the calendar has been unlocked. So we will be going into Resolution 59. Resolution 59, sponsored by Senators Adamique, Rudd are the primary sponsors. Our co-sponsors are Adams, Kuznier, England, Mouget, Murray, Selva, and Stinson. The Student Senate committing to better support the Jewish community in SGA. It's now going to be heard on the floor. So if all the sponsors wishing to actually speak on the resolution, if the main sponsors, Adamique and Rudd, if you'd raise your hands, and any of the co-sponsors who would like to speak as well could raise their hand, that would be greatly appreciated. And with that being said, I will pull up the most amended version I have, but I will do that during your 5-minute opening. So once I start that, I will go into finding the actual Resolution 59. And so with that being said, Rudd, Senator Rudd and Adamique, you are both recognized for 5 minutes to your opening whenever you're ready. Did I not unmute you? I'm sorry. Okay, you're good now?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, awesome. Whenever you're ready.
I'll go ahead and start out. Over the recent weeks, we've all faced the realities of hatred and discrimination. Racism, sexism, bigotry, anti-Semitism, it all stems from the same evil tree that humanity's been fighting for generations. Jewish members of our community have been hurting and expressing their pain to us for well over a month now. By delaying thus far, we've already inherently signaled to them how their concerns aren't as important to us as those members of other communities on campus. They have devoted hours upon hours of their time this summer to fighting against discrimination on campus. We've even heard freshmen who haven't even taken a step onto campus yet come to us and express their concern with their safety and their comfort coming into an environment like this. Concerns have been expressed over the free speech concerns of this resolution, but the Obama administration itself, the same one whose State Department adopted the IHRA definition in 2016, even made the distinction between justified criticism of Israel and actions of the Israeli government and anti-Semitic attacks on those whose religious convictions draw them to support Israel. There have been rumors flying around this past week that there are some senators who would wish to see this resolution and its foundation die by 1,000 paper cuts. I beg of my fellow senators to bear in mind why we're all here, to ensure every student on campus feels safe and welcome into our community. This resolution as it stands does just that. For many of you, this decision may not come easily. The cloud of scandal that's come to surround this resolution is ever more evidence as to why it needs to be passed. Sometimes the hardest thing and the right thing in life are the same thing. This resolution will show the world that anti-Semitism is not acceptable. This resolution lets people know that we will not allow Jewish members of our community to be ostracized as a result of their faith, their culture, or their convictions. FSU Student Senate adopting Resolution 59 will show the world that anti-Semitism will be taken seriously in the same way that all other forms of racism, discrimination, and hate are. Thank you, and I yield to my other sponsors.
Senator Rudd, did you want to speak? Oh, she's still muted. I'm sorry. Did you want to speak, Senator Rudd?
Yes, I did. I'm so sorry. It muted me for some reason.
No worries. I had
all right.
paused your time, and so I will continue.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. The call to advocacy and activism at Florida State University, the largest state of Florida and in this country, has been greater than ever. We are revolutionizing systems of oppression unlike this world has ever seen. I've never been prouder to call myself as being a part of this change, and I believe most of you feel the same. The injustices that are occurring across this university, the state, and our country need our attention, and they need it now. Our actions need to be intersectional. We cannot be champions for justice for all without intersectionality being our priority. We cannot forget any underrepresented community on this campus as we are elected to feel heard and supported. Doing so is a failure and injustice to those we call friends, family, classmates, allies, and professors. When we take the oath of office as senators of SGA at Florida State University, my apologies, we pledge to follow not only the Constitution of Florida State University, but also the state of Florida and the United States of America's Constitution. Under both the country and our state, the same definition in this resolution is recognized. To do otherwise is an act of codifying current state law. In research done by the AJC, 88% of American adults consider anti-Semitism an issue. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high, and the public does not always realize it because it's not as frequently reported or as frequently in social media. Over the past 5 years, 84% of Americans report they personally believe that anti-Semitism in the United States has increased. And that's why I ask you to join me today in supporting Resolution 59 in the fight against anti-Semitism on our beloved campus we call home. We may debate and have conversation over this definition and resolution. We may look at the past and relay personal stories to justify our stances on it. But at the end of the day, this definition allows for a large community on our campus to feel safe, feel represented, and heard. Thank you, and I yield my time.
All right, sponsors yield 45 seconds to their closing. So with that being said, are there any technical non-debatable questions by the Senate? Senator Porter, did you have a technical non-debatable question?
Yes, I did, Mr. President. For the sponsors, yes or no, at any time during the drafting of this resolution, did y'all consider using another definition of anti-Semitism as opposed to the IHRA definition?
Sponsors, you are recognized to answer. Adamik, do I need to unmute you? Yes, it seems like I do.
I personally I never considered another definition because this is the most agreed upon definition in the world.
All right, are there any further technical non-debatable questions? Senator Bogle?
Hi, yes. For the sponsors of this bill, you say that this is the most agreed upon definition in the world. So is it your belief then that the Jewish community stands behind this definition and agrees with this definition?
Sponsors, you're recognized to respond. And I would, urge you sponsors to keep your mics unmuted if possible, just so that it'll be easier for you to respond to any questions directed towards you.
My apologies. During this writing of this resolution itself, and for the past 3 weeks when this resolution was first submitted and also been tabled in the last week, we have been talking to many communities and we have come to the conclusion that the majority of Jewish students and Jewish leaders on campus agree with this definition. I cannot say it is 100%, but it is a very high majority of the population that does agree with this definition. Thank you.
Senator Sam, you're recognized for a technical non-debatable question.
Yes, I noticed in the, I want to say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, give me 1 second.
You're good.
Well, I noticed that the resolution did say about uniting the, oh, right here, the Jewish, Israeli, and Palestinian communities on campus. I just wanted to ask if SJP or any group like that was consulted in the creation of this resolution.
Sponsors, you may respond. You're both unmuted.
I personally did not reach out to them.
In the creation of this resolution, our sole purpose was to work with the Jewish community on combating anti-Semitism. This last whereas was added towards the end because we thought it was a priority to consider these communities as the recent events in the last couple of months, as we are all made aware of. We thought it was eminent to speak about this because there are divides in our.
The question was, did you or did you not? So
I
yes.
apologize. No.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that being said, are there any further technical non-debatable questions by senators? Senator Bogle, did you have another question or did you not lower your hand?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand. That's my bad.
No worries. Senator Sam, did you have another technical non-debatable? No, okay. With that being said, do any other senators have any questions to ask in this round of technical non-debatable questions? Seeing none, as the chair, I will entertain a motion to move into pro-con debate on Resolution 59. Senator Alvarez.
I move to enter the rounds of pro-con debate on Resolution 59.
And Chair Martin.
So seconded.
With that being said, are there any objections to go into rounds of pro and con on Resolution 59? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of debate. And these rounds of debate will last 3 minutes per round. So now we are in pro for this. And prior to starting pro and con, I do want to remind senators, because I've heard about different, motions, amendments, whatever it may be that you guys want to do in regards to Resolution 59. The appropriate time to do it is in a round of pro or con. I just want to make that clear. So with that being said, the first round of pro has started for Resolution 59. Senator Alvarez.
I move for the sponsors to be allotted an additional 30 seconds for their closing as there were technical difficulties between the two primary sponsors when they were both speaking.
Okay, so as of now, they have 45 seconds. Is there a second to Senator Alvarez's motion? England?
Yes, seconded. Thank you.
All right, are there any objections to adding 30 seconds to their current 45? All right, seeing none, sponsors, you have been given an extra 30 seconds. Therefore, you'll have a minute and 15 seconds for your closing. And with that being said, Senator Alvarez, did you have another point, or did you want to speak in pro?
No, I have a motion. I move to amend Resolution 59. I had sent a copy of this first amendment. It should be titled in my email as Resolution 59. It should be the first one that's in the email, Mr. President.
All right, give me one moment. I found the email. I am sharing my screen again, this time with the proposed amendment. Are you saying?
Not that one.
Not this one?
It's the one titled Recipients.
Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. I didn't know there was 3 documents on the same one. My bad. Okay, so this one is his first amendment in regards to recipients. The amendment has been shown on the screen. So Senator Alvarez, correct me if I'm wrong, however, you just made a motion to amend the resolution to state this, correct?
That is correct.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Participants. Senator Dean.
Yeah, so seconded. And I also wanted to raise a point, I'm not sure exactly, I guess point of order, for all guests that may decide to turn on their cameras, just to please maintain decorum and act as you would if we were in the Senate chambers, because this is an official setting and we're trying our best to represent you properly. And in that, I don't believe acting out of order on camera is beneficial. So I just wanted to put that reminder out there.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that, Chair Dean. And please, members of the audience, please take that to heart and consider how you're presenting yourself on camera. Beyond that, there was a second to the motion. Therefore, I am going to ask, are there any objections in regards to the motion to remove these individuals from receiving it? All right, seeing no objection, do the sponsors find this motion friendly? Senator Redd?
No, we do not find it friendly.
All right, so with that being said, it will be a debatable, motion in regards to amending. Therefore, we will, debate the motion to amend. So sponsor Alvarez, you'll be considered a sponsor for this amendment, and you will be allotted 5 minutes, for your opening, and whatever you don't use will go to your closing. And again, we will be debating this motion as if it was the resolution itself, because that is the procedures. So whenever you're ready, sponsor Alvarez, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll keep this as brief as I can for the sake of expediency for the whole Senate and all guests present. This amendment comes after discussion with Jewish leaders unaffiliated with any RSOs on campus. They believe if the resolution is to be targeting anti-Semitism, one of the most horrific forms of bigotry that can exist, then the recipients of this resolution should only be organizations surrounding members of the Jewish community, and not tangling this resolution with the occupation of Palestine and the government of Israel. And to that end, removing organizations and leaders of organizations that don't necessitate the sole focus on advocating for our Jewish students here at FSU, and removing those who are affiliated with other means beyond the Jewish community and Jewish students at Florida State University. And with that, I yield my time for my closing.
All right, thank you. Yield 4 minutes and 9 seconds. With that being said, are there any technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of this amendment? All right, Senator Selva, did you have a technical non-debatable?
Yes, were the people or representatives who were supposed to or are now being removed or moved to amend, were they consulted at all on this amendment? All of them?
No, they were not.
Okay. Thank you. So with that being said, are there any further technical non-debatable questions? Senator England?
Yes, just to follow up on the previous question, was anyone consulted? And if so, who?
There was a public letter that was posted in several group chats throughout FSU of students, Jewish female students, female Jewish students and alumni. I don't have the list in front of me, but several of them include the likes of Ellie Cooper and Shelby Shoup, along with many other female Jewish leaders at FSU.
And as a point of clarification, the letter he's referring to also had Palestinian women. So it was a coalition of Jewish and Palestinian women in regards to that letter. So with that being said, are there any further technical non-debatable questions for the sponsor of this motion? Seeing none, is there a motion to go into pro-con debate in regards to the amendment? Senator Bogle.
Thank you. I move to go into pro-con debate on this amendment.
Senator Dean.
So seconded.
All right, with that being said, are there any objections to going into pro-con debate? Seeing none, are there any, there's gonna be 3 minutes for the first round of pro and 3 minutes for the rounds of con. And so with that being said, would anybody like to speak in the first round of pro? Senator Bogle.
Thank you. I would just like to thank, first of all, the members of the public that are here and working with us through this amendment process. I thank you for your patience, as this is a matter that should be debated, and there are concerns that shouldn't be ignored with this resolution. And with that, I go to this specific amendment. This specific amendment, I believe, depoliticizes and makes it more focused on the issue of anti-Semitism itself. And I think that that's exactly what this resolution should do. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Senator yields 2 minutes and 20 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator Gonzalez, or Vice Chair Gonzalez, you're recognized to speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you, President Duraldic. So I kind of want to echo the same thing that Senator Vogel said. It is quite evident that, well, maybe not evident, but personally, I am 100% against anti-Semitism, and I feel like this resolution should be strictly about that and not about politicizing it. And if we have those people on that resolution, sending it to them, to political organizations, you're politicizing this resolution and you are hindering its effects to the student body. So with that said, I agree. If you guys don't want to take it off, that's your decision. But I'm just saying, if you really care about anti-Semitism and about actually doing something on campus, you should reconsider why you have those people on that list and what really is the heart of this issue. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gonzalez. You yield with 1 minute and 26 seconds. Chair Dean, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments of the previous senators who spoke. And, you know, in the end of the day, we need to be making sure we are working unbiasedly and not trying to politicize ourselves just to make ourselves seem better to a certain community. This bill, as said, should solely focus on making the campus of Florida State University a safer place for the Jewish community. There's no need to have other members of leadership on campus tagged when it is not relevant to them. And I yield.
Thank you for that. You yield 52 seconds to the first round of pro. Chair Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, President. So I think another thing to recognize as well is that some of these people that are going to be sent the resolution do not want them sent to them. We have gotten, as senators, a bunch of emails, and I have read some emails that people such as Shelby Shoup would not want to be on this amendment, on this resolution. So I feel like we should respect specific student leaders, and if they want to be on the resolution or if they don't want to be, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Yields with 26 seconds. Senator Porter, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a point of inquiry for the sponsors of the original resolution, if I may. For the sponsors, could you just very briefly discuss the thought process that went into including the representatives of these specific organizations on the resolution to begin with?
Sponsor Selva, you may speak, as well as Sponsor Rudd and Adamik, if you guys would like to chime in as well. It would be duly appreciated if you raised your hand if you wanted to, but Senator Selva, you may go ahead.
So during the SLOG committee meeting, when we went over this resolution, we wanted to include all of the organizations where members and leaders were involved in the activism of increasing Jewish representation on campus. So therefore, to be completely inclusive, we wanted to include as many of the Jewish affiliated organizations that we could. So that was why we included all of them.
All right, thank you. And Sponsor Rudd, did you want to add to that point of inquiry made by Senator Porter?
Yes, thank you, Senator Silva, fellow sponsor on this piece of legislation. Originally, the thought process was is we wanted to include any organization that had a focus on Jewish communities on and off campus, and this in no way was to take a political side. We also added Students for Justice Palestine and other organizations because we did mention we did want to branch the divide that has occurred on our campus. And so for that reasoning, those organizations are on there. Thank you.
Senator Dean, did you have a point, or did you want to speak with the 24 seconds left in the first round of pro? And with a reminder that you get 2 opportunities to speak on each motion, on a resolution.
But points would not be considered.
Points do
correct?
not count against you, correct? If you speak in pro or con, that's the 2 times.
Just point of inquiry for the sponsors. So you included people to send this resolution to that you did not consult with in the writing of this resolution?
Sponsor, is it for the original sponsors, Chair Dean?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Sponsor Rudd, Sponsor Adamik, Sponsor Selva, if any of you guys or any of the other sponsors would like to respond to that point of inquiry, it'd be duly appreciated.
I am of the impression that Donna Alima and the Lad Almog had requested, and they confirmed that they wanted to be included. Shelby Shoup was also present at the SLAW committee when we included the Students for Justice in Palestine and did not object. And to my impression, I do not believe that any representatives to the groups included on this resolution were in objection to their inclusion, and it has been sent out and seen on multiple platforms. And until now, we have not heard any objection to their inclusion.
All right, thank you for that, Sponsor Selva. So with that being said, we are still in the first round of pro on the amendment to Resolution 59, and there are 24 seconds left in this first round of pro if anybody would like to use them. All right, seeing nobody wishing to speak, the first round of pro has expired, and therefore we are now in the first round of con with a brand new calendar of 3 minutes. Sponsor Adamik, I do not believe you can speak in rounds of pro and con. Oh, well, this is on the motion actually, so you can speak in this. This isn't the resolution. So there are 3 minutes, sponsor, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm not going to comment on all of the organizations being removed. All I can say is that IAC Mishelanu is a cultural organization for Israeli Jews. It is political in no way. So I would hate to see that organization removed.
Do you yield the rest of your time, Adamik?
Yes, I do.
All right. With that being said, the sponsor yields 2 minutes and 40 seconds to the first round of con. Alvarez, did you have a point?
Yes, just as a point of clarification, I had inadvertently cropped them out. I was going from the bottom up on my mouse and inadvertently included Mishelanu. So that was unintentional when proposing this amendment.
All right, thank you for the point of clarification. With that being said, there's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the first round of con. Senator Kuznier.
I move to call the question.
All right, with that being said, is there a second to the motion? Or honestly, Kuznier, your motion is out of order because the first round of con has not extinguished, so therefore I will not recognize it. So moving forward, I did see Senator Selva. I believe you wanted to speak in con. There's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Any amendments made without the consulting of the Jewish leaders who requested correspondence on any proposed amendments is very disrespectful considering the sensitive nature of this resolution. And I find it horrible that they were ignored once again throughout the last month when they had requested to be consulted and have correspondence and at least be made aware of the intended amendments that were going to be made on this resolution. So I think it needs to be highly considered that not once were they told that this was going to be occurring and that they would, a lot of the groups that are being removed have been involved in the activism for this resolution and should have at least been made aware or consulted in their removing for it being sent to them.
Do you yield, sponsor?
Yes.
All right. Senator yields with 1 minute and 51 seconds to the first round of con. Would any other senators wish to speak in the first round of con? Seeing that no members wanted to speak in the first round of con, I will, unless Senator Capallo wants to speak in the first round of con, I will be entertaining a motion to call the question. Senator Capallo, did you want to speak in con?
I have a point of inquiry for the sponsor of the amendment, Senator Alvarez.
All right, what was your point of inquiry?
So, or maybe a point of clarification, I'm not sure. So you're saying that the co-presidents of IAC Michelanu were not supposed to be included in the amendment. Is it possible to amend the amendment so that that is reflected? I just want to clarify who exactly we're voting on potentially taking off of this resolution.
Yeah, I can respond to that, definitely. So as the amendment stands, what is presented in front of you, if the amendment passes, will be enacted. So the two co-presidents of Michelanu will be removed as recipients of this resolution if it passes as is. However, if there is an amendment to this amendment in regards to unstriking through Michelanu, and there's a second to it with no objection and the sponsors find it friendly, then it will pass without question. However, if there is objection from the sponsors and they do not find it friendly, we will have to go into rounds of pro and con. Like we would have to go into an amendment on a resolution. So we would go like another layer deep.
Okay.
So if that makes
Thank you for the clarification.
Of course. Senator Bogle.
Thank you. I move to do exactly like what you just said, like unstrike through Michelanu as the sponsor intended.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Senator Chabot.
So seconded.
All right, are there any objections? You second, Senator Chabot, so I do not think you're objecting. Seeing no objections, do the sponsors find this amendment friendly?
Yes.
All right, perfect. With that being said, thank you, Senator Alvarez. And so because of that, I will, this is no longer, what is being shared is no longer accurate. This amendment has been amended to ensure that these individuals will still be recipients if this amendment passes. So I did want to ensure that that was made clear. So the Dana Alima and Ilan Almog are both going to be recipients if this amendment passes, because the amendment to the amendment was just found friendly and accepted and adopted. So hopefully that clears up any confusions that anybody has. So with that being said, we are still in the first round of con on this amendment with 1 minute and 51 seconds left to the first round of con. If nobody would like to speak, I will be entertaining a motion to call the question on the amendment to Resolution 59. Chair Leckie.
If nobody else wishes to speak, I move to call the question on the amendment.
All right, Vice Chair Bogle.
I second that.
All right, with that being said, are there any objections to the calling of the question on the amendment to Resolution 59? Seeing none, sponsor, you have 4 minutes and 9 seconds to your closing. Sponsor Alvarez, in regards to this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to everybody who spoke in both rounds of pro and con. I understand the concerns and many of the other concerns regarding the rest of the resolution. I just hope that we can find the aspects of this resolution that are of immediate importance and consideration before the Senate. And I think the recipients of the resolution at large, as it currently stands, is one of those important elements. I encourage you to vote yes on this amendment so that the recipients are the primary recipients are those who work on behalf of the Jewish students at Florida State University, and so that we may begin the process of depoliticizing this resolution at large, away from many of the descriptors of negativity that have been brought to it in the previous weeks. And with that, I waive the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you for that, sponsor. He waived the remainder of his time. Therefore, senators, you are in line to vote. Yes means yes in regards to the amendment. No means you do not support the amendment, and abstention is an absence of a vote. So please do so now, and do so fairly, effectively if you can. Please make sure you're clicking the button. All right, give me one moment, senators, to record the vote. It seems that if any senators have failed to make their vote heard, please do so now. Senator Dean, did you have a point?
Yeah, just point of clarification that abstentions are reserved when you are morally compromised and do not feel capable of voting on the matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Correct. I do appreciate you. And please make sure you vote. And now everybody who has voted, your vote will be recorded. And whatever your vote is as it stands now will not be changed. Just to make sure you all know. And please, if you are not a student senator, do not click yes, no, or abstention, because that just affects our numbers. With that being said, the amendment passes with 33 to 1 to 7, 33 yay, 1 nay, and 7 abstentions. So with that being said, we are back in the first round of pro in regards to the resolution itself, I believe. Senator Alvarez.
I move to amend Resolution 59. The amendment was sent to the Senate President, and I believe it was titled Resolution 59 Amendment Liaisons.
All right, is there a second to that motion? I am pulling up the amendment so everybody can see it. With that being said, where'd the participants go? I can't see you. There you are. Senator Chabot, do you second the motion?
I second.
All right. With that being said, are there any objections to the amendment? Senator Gonzalez, are you objecting?
No, point of personal privilege. Can you give us like 30 seconds to read it, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can take a moment to read it. However, the motion has been accepted in the sense that there has been a motion made and a second. There was no objections. Therefore, we are just waiting on the sponsor's response to whether they find it friendly or not. And you guys can take a moment, sponsors, in regards to reading the amendment and then raising your hand whenever you're ready to respond with your decision, whether it's friendly or unfriendly. So with that being said, sponsors, have you gotten a moment to look over this amendment and sponsor Rudd, Adamik, Selva. If any one of you could please raise your hand and let us know if you guys find this amendment friendly or unfriendly. Be duly appreciated. Senator Rudd.
Not friendly on the basis of allowing for debate.
All right. So with that being said, we will go into the amendment on Resolution 59. We will do the same thing we just did in regards to the first amendment. With that being said, Senator Lavender, did you have a point?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry for the sponsor of the amendment. I was just wondering what the intentionality is behind changing it from the Jewish Student Union to relevant Jewish RSOs.
Sponsor of the amendment, you are in line to respond. And then once you do so, we will be moving into your opening statement.
The current rule, Senate Rule 2.8, outlines the processes for nominations of Senate liaisons. And I don't believe the current language of the resolved clause is in line with the practices of Rule 2.8.
All right, with that being said, sponsor, you have 5 minutes to your opening whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I had stated in my answer to the senator's question, Senate Rule 2.8 makes clear that the process for appointing liaisons is a voluntary basis of senators coming forward to the president, wishing to have the opportunity to serve in a greater capacity for greater representation for underrepresented organizations at Florida State University. I think it would be setting a bad precedent for the Senate to start outlining in body-wide adopted documents that specific organizations rather than others receive prior cause and priority for these appointments, as it should be individual senators involved in these organizations on campus that make clear which organization they wish to be appointed as a liaison to. Additionally, understanding that there are more organizations than just the Jewish Student Union that represent the interests of Jewish students at Florida State University that can help the Senate find new and more effective ways of combating anti-Semitism within the student government and at Florida State University. I'd rather us not close off our opportunities for inviting those voices into the Senate and inviting the capabilities and powers of the Senate to those bodies. So I don't want to restrict the Senate in any capacity, and I don't want to be setting a precedent of inadvertently giving more importance in our adopted documents to one organization rather than another, when there can be multiple RSOs with similar interests that can receive liaisons rather than just one over the others. And I look forward to any further questions and consideration of this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Sponsor yields 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Are there any technical non-debatable questions in regards to this amendment? Senator Selva, you are recognized to ask a technical non-debatable question whenever you're ready.
Seeing that members of the Jewish community requested correspondence on all amendments made to this resolution, have you consulted with the Jewish Student Union or any quote-unquote relevant Jewish RSOs on the making of this amendment?
Sponsor Alvarez, you're in line to respond to that question.
Similar with the previous amendment, this came in response to an open letter that was signed by female Jewish students and alumni. And in addition to that, this was shared prior to introduction with one of the e-board members from the Jewish Student Union as well.
Point of clarification, but you did not consult with the Jewish Student Union e-board and...
Is that a point of inquiry? And if it is a point, you would have to wait until we get into rounds of pro and con. But if you do have any further technical non-debatable questions, you are recognized to ask them. However, points are to be used in pro and con, not in technical non-debatable.
Okay, so yes, just one more, if that's okay.
Are you recognized to do so?
Thank you. So just yes or no, did you consult with any other relevant Jewish RSOs on the changing or removal of the Jewish Student Union as a liaison, or for a Senate liaison to be appointed?
No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Selva. Are there any further technical non-debatable questions? Senator Chabot?
Yes. Is the Jewish Student Union currently a recognized RSO on Knoll Central?
Sponsor Alvarez, you may respond to that question.
No, it is not. Currently, it is not.
And as a point of clarification, just to remind senators, I just got a message from Karen B. She said we're a few days away. So they are not an RSO yet. However, they are in the process of becoming an RSO, but until then, they are still not a registered student organization. So just keep that in mind. With that being said, are there any further technical non-debatable questions currently to be asked? Senator Bogle.
Seeing no more technical non-debatable questions, I move to go into pro and con.
All right. With that being said, is there a second to the motion to go into pro-con debate? Senator Kuznier.
So seconded.
All right. With that being said, we are now in pro-con debate. Each round will last 3 minutes. We are in line for the first round. We are in line for the first round of pro. So with 3 minutes, Senator England, did you wish to speak in pro of this amendment?
I have a point, if that's okay.
Point of
information for the sponsor of the amendment.
Okay. What is your...
My point is, did the sponsor attempt to make these amendments when the resolution was in committee at all?
I can respond to that. Senator Alvarez is in the Judiciary Committee. He does not serve in SLAW. But I can, allow him to respond in regards to if he personally attempted to do so, but I don't think he was able to because he wasn't a member. Senator Alvarez, if you wanted to add anything.
Yes, the night that this resolution was considered by the Student Life and Academic Affairs Committee, I was presenting at minimum 1, at most 3 of my bills to the Internal Affairs Committee. And then immediately upon completion of my business in the Internal Affairs Committee, I had to go to the Judiciary Committee. The Student Life and Academic Affairs Committee was meeting in between, and I was not going to be able to attend SLAW because of my bills that were being heard in Internal Affairs and Judiciary.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we are still in the first round of pro of this amendment with 3 minutes on the clock. Vice Chair Bogle, would you like to speak in pro? Or?
Yes, I'd like to speak in pro, and I also do have a point of information, if that's all right with you, President Tarly.
Go ahead with your point first, and then let me know when we're going to start the clock.
All right, we'll do. Point of information, I actually did consult, I've been working with Senator Alvarez on some of these amendments and talking with him frequently about them. And I actually did consult with members of the Jewish community. I'm not going to name names or anything, but I did consult with a couple of leaders within the Jewish community about such a proposed amendment, not this amendment specifically, but talking about eliminating the language for specifically appointing a Senate liaison for specifically the Jewish Student Union.
All right, and thank you. And that was a point of clarification, just for future reference. And beyond that, you said you would like to speak in the first round of pro, and in doing so, you have 3 minutes whenever you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. Senators, I think that the best thing to do for this resolution, if we are going to give liaisons to Jewish registered student organizations, which I believe that we should absolutely do that to give them more representation within our student government. I think that there is a lack of a voice for that. And I think that that's absolutely what needs to be done. But I think that it should be as broad as possible, not just, not just a liaison to the Jewish Student Union, but perhaps to Hillel as well. Hillel is an extremely, and it's an integral part of the Jewish student community here on campus. I think it's safe to say that. And I think them having a liaison as well as the JSU would be a very good thing for Jewish representation in the student government. And I think that this amendment will help do exactly that. Thank you.
So with that, Senator yields with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to the first round of pro on the amendment. Chair Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that this amendment is common sense, specifically because the Jewish Student Union is not a recognized student organization right now. In the forthcoming days, that may be. And then they can take the necessary steps to have a liaison, but we will only vote on what we have before us. And with that, this amendment, I'm in full support of it.
With that, Chair Waters yields 1 minute and 53 seconds to the first round of pro. Chair Martin.
Thank you, President. I think, honestly, to make this resolution more inclusive and encompass all Jewish voices and not specifically just one for a Senate liaison, it brings the conversation so that senators can be able to be liaisons within multiple different organizations as well. And it calls for that resolution to have that as well, so that people can be encouraged to be Senate liaisons and speak with those specific RSOs. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Martin. You yield with 1 minute and 28 seconds. With that, Double Vice Chair Gonzalez, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I also, since they already touched on some points, I'm gonna hit something else instead of reemphasizing. I think this is also in terms of legality. When it comes to having liaisons, it's the Senate president and senators that want to be a liaison that step up and ask for that position. Never has it been where a resolution demands a liaison to be set without a certain senator that wants to sit in that liaisonship. And so with that, I think it's just in terms of rules of procedure. And with that, I yield.
All right, Vice Chair Gonzalez yields with 57 seconds to the first round of pro in the amendment to Resolution 59. Chair Dean, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to echo the sentiments that I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments of the previous senators, as well as the fact that it's important to realize that some Jewish students on campus may not feel comfortable being a part of the Jewish Student Union. And in that case, we need to make sure that we're including all members of the Jewish community from all across any RSO that they feel a part of, and that they don't feel fearful. And I don't say fearful because I'm aware of their feelings. I'm just saying as a feeling that we need to do our best to properly represent. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Dean. With that, he yields 20 seconds to the first round of pro on the amendment. Would anybody else like to speak with those 20 seconds remaining?
Remainder of the time of pro.
All right, with that, is there a second to the motion to waive the rest of the time in pro? Chair Leckie.
If nobody else wishes to speak, so seconded.
All right, with that being said, the time has been waived. Are there any objections to waiving the 20 seconds? All right, seeing none, we are now in the first round of con on the amendment with 3 minutes on the clock. Chair Leckie, do you wish to speak? Oh, it's not letting me click your name. Did you wish to speak in the first round of con?
I actually had a point of information for the sponsor of the amendment.
All right. With that being said, you may go ahead with your point.
Can the sponsor explain, both for senators and members of the public, what a liaison is, just so we all understand?
Is this to the sponsor, Sponsor Alvarez, or is this to, okay, perfect. With that being said, Sponsor Alvarez, whenever you're ready, you can respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your point, Mr. Chair Leckie. A liaison is an official title granted to a senator who wishes to serve as a bridge between an organization at Florida State University and the Senate. The only additional authority that they do receive is the ability to speak during report of the liaisons. A public misconception is that liaisons are members of the public who come and have the ability to participate in the acts of the Senate. That is not the case. It is a senator who acts as an official bridge between a specific organization, whether that be an agency or an RSO within the boundaries of the Senate.
Thank you for responding to that point, Sponsor Alvarez. With that being said, we have 3 minutes in the first round of con to the amendment. And Chair Adamiki, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple things I wanted to touch on. First of all, in regards to the appointment of a liaison and addressing the RSO concerns, Senate Rule 2.8 says the president shall have the authority to assign senators to serve as liaisons to campus entities. It says nothing about them having to be RSOs, and we have several campus liaisons to entities that aren't as RSOs. Let's see. Secondly, we have talked with the presidents of the JSU and the current president of Hillel, and both agree that any liaison appointed by the Senate should be to the JSU. Third of all, I personally just have a problem with the phrase "to relevant Jewish RSOs." I just find that language very callous. And fourth of all, nobody is going to force anybody to become the liaison to the JSU. If you're looking for somebody, I'm sure we can find somebody. If not, I'd be more than happy to toss my hat in the ring and do it. Fifth of all, I just wanted to say there's nothing in this resolution that says if we specify that a liaison should be appointed to JSU, that an additional liaison could not be appointed to another RSO or another organization if a senator chooses to do that. This is only stating that as it stands now, we will be immediately appointing a liaison to the JSU, and I'll yield my time.
All right, with that being said, the Senator Adamik has yielded 1 minute and 25 seconds to the first round of con. Senator England, did you have a point or did you wish to speak in con?
Yeah, so I just very briefly wanted to speak in con, bouncing off of Senator Adamik's comments. I don't like the term relevant either. Relevant is a subjective term, not objective. And I'm worried as to, how is that going to be interpreted? And so I think I want other people to be involved as well if possible, but I don't like how vague relevant is, right? Because who determines what relevant is? So I yield in con.
All right, with 57 seconds left on the clock, I know Senator Lavender has a point of inquiry. So whenever you're ready, Senator Lavender, you may ask.
Yeah, this is just a point of inquiry. Is Hillel considered an RSO or an entity? Like, how are they categorized?
Yeah, so with Hillel, my understanding is they are an organization that is not directly, connected to the university in the sense that they receive all of their funding from donations of alumni. Unless I'm incorrect, sponsor Senator Selva, you can address it, but that was my understanding of how Hillel operates. But I'm going to refer your point, Senator Lavender, to Senator Selva just to correct any missteps that I may have made.
I was informed that Hillel is an RSO.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So with that being said, hopefully that fulfills your question, Senator Lavender. And there are still 57 seconds left on the clock. Senator Selva, did you want to speak in con? All right, you have 57 seconds whenever you're ready.
I think it's very disrespectful that once again, there was no correspondence as to the approval of this amendment. And if there was, it would have been known that Hillel supports the recognition of the Jewish Student Union for an appointment of a Senate liaison. Second of all, as a Jewish student, I am offended that it is needed for someone to want to represent a minority group. And if it is so needed, I also volunteer myself to do so. So please consider what you are saying right now. I yield my time.
All right, Senator yields 20 seconds to the first round of con in regards to the amendment on Resolution 59. Senator England, did you have a point or?
Oh, I'm sorry, my hand was still up from earlier, my bad.
No worries. Are there any other comments in the first round of con? Seeing none, or Senator Boga, do you wish to speak in the 20 seconds left?
No, I actually had a point. Oh, excuse me, let me turn off my music. Apologize about that. I move to strike the word relevant from this clause, from the first clause of the amendment.
Okay, is there a second to the motion made by Senator Bogle that would remove irrelevant to ensure that it would state two Jewish RSOs? Senator Chabot or Chair Chabot?
I second that.
All right, are there any objections to said motion to remove the word relevant? All right, seeing no objections, Senator Alvarez, do you find that motion, that amendment friendly?
Yes, I do.
All right, so with that being said, the amendment as it stands will read as two Jewish RSOs to increase Jewish communication representation with student government in line with Senate Rule 2.8. Therefore, the word relevant has been struck. When it comes to the official resolution, I will amend them after this meeting just because it's hectic to try and do all of that right now. But again, so senators know, this is what we'll be voting on when it comes to this amendment. It will be voted on without the word relevant in it. Therefore, concerns brought up about it are now, yeah. So with that being said, there are 20 seconds left in the first round of con. And if no senators wish to speak in the first round of con, I will be entertaining a motion to call the question. However, Senator Adamik seems as if you wanted to say something. Was it a point?
I don't know how you'd classify it. I won't classify it as a point, but just to be safe.
Is it going to be you speaking with your 20 seconds of con, recognizing that you only have 2 opportunities to speak on an amendment or a motion?
Yes.
All right, so you can use the 20 seconds. You may go ahead.
I just wanted to say that removing the term relevant doesn't solve the problems. Now you're just saying 2 Jewish RSOs. Meanwhile, the Hillel, the JSU, which is trying to become a union, everybody has agreed that the liaison should be to the JSU. I don't know why we aren't listening to the community that all agrees on this issue.
Your time has expired. Thank you for sharing your concerns. And when I said anything, I apologize if I made it seem as if I was putting in my 2 cents. I did not intend to. I was just trying to help senators understand. With that being said, we are in the first round of con has extinguished. I will be entertaining a motion to call the question if there is one. If I do not get a motion to call the question, we will be moving into the second round of pro. Senator Bogle.
I move to call the question.
Senator Kuznier.
So seconded.
Are there any objections to the motion of calling the question? All right, seeing none. Sponsor Alvarez, you have 3 minutes and 18 seconds to your closing whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want there to be any form of miscommunication. I do genuinely wish for a senator, if not multiple senators, to serve as liaisons. I was a proud liaison for the Veteran Student Union, and I was able to reintroduce the concept of liaisons near the end of the 70th Student Senate. I hope that the senator or senators who choose to come forward and be appointed as liaisons take their job with the utmost seriousness and understand the scope of what that position entails. I just don't believe it's in line for the Senate to start naming names on our Senate-produced documents in regards to the appointment of liaisons. I encourage all senators, particularly those who are concerned with fighting anti-Semitism, to come forward and request to be appointed as liaisons to any number of RSOs on campus or entities as it's stated in Rule 2.8. But I do still believe that it would be out of line for us to put names on the forms themselves when considering these appointments. So with that, I encourage you to vote in favor of this amendment to help ensure that the Resolution 59 does pass. And with that, I waive the remainder of my time.
All right, thank you, Sponsor Alvarez. You waived 2 minutes that were left in your closing. With that being said, before we get in line to vote, Chair Sam, did you have a point of some sort? Because once we get in line to vote, I will not be recognizing any senators.
No, I don't know why my hand was raised, sorry.
All right, no worries. So moving forward, we are in line to vote. So all senators, please remember, voting yes is yes in favor of the amendment, which now will have the word relevant struck in through. And voting no means that you would like it to stay the same and say liaison for the Jewish Student Union. And then abstention, again, is an absence of a vote. So again, senators, please be timely with your votes. It is already 9 p.m. And I do want to remind the Senate, we will be ending tonight at 11 p.m. Due to the fact that we started at 5, and by the time it reaches 11 p.m., it will be 6 hours. So yeah, you guys are still in line to vote. I would appreciate it if you keep on voting because I see the number going up, but we still have a few more senators who definitely did not vote. All right, senators, please do not change your vote. Please keep your vote as it is. I am recording the vote now. All right. Vote reads 25 to 15 to 2. So 25 yay, 15 nay, and 2 abstentions. Therefore, the amendment has been adopted. Before we move forward, I do want to remind anybody in the public, do not vote on these measures because you are ruining the numbers, and it is not appreciated at all. And if you do it again, I will kick you out because there's a couple of you who've done it more than twice. And if I keep seeing it, I'm not going to stay quiet. So with that being said, we are now back in I think we were in the second round of COG when we were talking about the resolution, but I'm not 100% sure. Senator Alvarez, you're recognized.
We were still in the first round of pro on the resolution, and I have one final amendment, and so therefore I move to amend Resolution 59. The copy of the amendment was sent to the President titled 59 Amendment Whereas.
Got it. Give me one moment so I can pull up that final amendment that you had sent me. And again, just a reminder to all people on the call, the first 2 amendments, which was the one in regards to recipients and the one in regards to liaisons, have been adopted. This is the last amendment. I am pulling it up on the screen. Oh, did it not share? Ooh. Stressful. All right. So Senator Alvarez made this amendment. Are there any senators seconding said amendment? Senator Chabot.
I second.
All right. With that being said, are there any objections in regards to this amendment? Senator Kuznier.
I object.
All right, duly noted. And do the sponsors find it friendly or not friendly? Sponsor Selva, Adami, anyone y'all can respond.
I'm not a primary sponsor, so I'll defer to Adam Meeker. Rod.
We don't find it friendly.
All right, so with that being said, again, we will go into debate on the motion itself in regards on the amendment itself. So again, sponsor Alvarez, you will have 5 minutes to your opening in regards to your third amendment. And with this amendment, whenever you're ready to begin your 5-minute opening, you are recognized to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President. In producing this amendment, it was not towards any ill will regarding the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. It was understanding that it is of conflict between members of the Jewish community, and as somebody who is not Jewish, I did not feel it was fit for me to pick sides over it. But what I can say is that I, as a member of the student government at Florida State University, a public university, we are bound by the laws of the state of Florida. And so Florida Statute 1000.05 contains a definition of anti-Semitism that is verbatim that of the IHRA working definition as it is currently published. And to that end, understanding that there was a bill proposed in the 71st Student Senate that helped amend our anti-discrimination policy that included the phrase, as per Florida statutes, anti-Semitism shall be considered for anti-discrimination. I see it in line for the Senate to continue in the practice of recognizing our Florida statutes prior to any private organization, and so that we may continue the work of opposing anti-Semitism in all of its forms. There is no question in any capacity on whether or not the statutory definition carries the weight of law. And that is the reason why I am phrasing it this way in my amendment, as there is contention and as there is question over the IHRA working definition, as it is a private organization subject to change. But I'm not here to take a side on whether or not the definition is positive or negative in its effects on college campuses and members of the public. But I can say with the utmost certainty that as a public university, we are bound by the laws of the state of Florida. And so the whereas clauses, as they serve as matters of fact and statements of fact, should reflect that. And so with that, I yield the remainder of my time for my closing.
All right, sponsor yields 3 minutes and 4 seconds to his closing. With that being said, are there any technical non-debatable questions for Yes, Senator Silva, you're recognized for a technical non-debatable question.
Were the leaders of the Jewish organizations consulted on this amendment, seeing that majority of them, including 800 signatures on a statement, stand in support of the IHRA definition?
No.
Can I ask another question?
As long as it's not debatable.
Have you done any research on the Florida statutory definition of anti-Semitism?
Yes, and I am aware that as it was adopted by the state of Florida, it was a verbatim copy of the IHRA definition.
And remains.
All right. So with that, Senator Silva, thank you. Did you have any further technical non-debatable questions? Okay, sounds good. Senator Kuznier, you're recognized for technical non-debatable question.
Just a brief question. So just to confirm, the Florida statutory definition is the exact same definition as the IHRA definition?
The initial definition, the aspect of the definition that's included in the second whereas clause is the same. To my understanding, several of the examples proposed in the Florida definition differ from the current standing edition of the IHRA definition.
All right, with that being said, Senator Bogle, do you have a technical non-debatable question? Lordy Lord.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. President. So since it's in Florida statutes, this technically falls under Title VI and is enforceable theoretically right now, and even like when it was signed back in 2019, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just as a point, or like, I know that I'm not recognizing individual people's points. However, as the Senate President, I'm just sharing. This is a link I received in regards to the Florida statutory definition. So hopefully it'll be helpful for anybody who wants to read it and look over it, whether you oppose it or support it, just to give you context of that definition itself. I shared it in the chat. I think point 7 was the direct Florida statutory thing, but you know, this is just as an additional resource to everybody. This is not me saying I support or don't support anything, because as chairing this meeting, I do not have a bias on it. And so moving forward, are there any other technical non-debatable questions in regards to the amendment? Seeing none, I will be accepting a motion. I'll be entertaining a motion in regards to going into pro-con debate. Senator Porter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to enter rounds of pro-con debate.
Senator Kuznier.
So moved.
Sorry, seconded. Awesome. I appreciate you. With that said, are there any objections to going into pro-con debate? All right, seeing none, we are now in line for the first round of pro, which will be 3 minutes. And if anybody would like to speak in the first round of pro, you may do so. Senator Adamik, I believe you may have a point. What is your point?
Yes, point of information for the sponsor of this amendment. If the statutory definition is the same exact definition as the IHRA definition as he has claimed, then why is he changing it?
Mr. President, if I can respond to that question.
You may.
Senator Adamik, the reason is because while there can be debate on the effects morally over the IHRA definition, which is the same as the Florida statutory definition, there is no question on whether or not the statutory definition as it exists in our Florida statutes carries the weight of law when citing it as part of the Florida statutes.
All right, with that being said, Senator Lavender, are you wishing to speak in pro?
Yes, thank you. So I personally don't see a problem with it, but I would like to make a motion to have like a 2 or 3 minute recess, just so that the sponsor of the amendment can consult with Jewish community leaders, just because from my understanding that wasn't done. So I think that should be done.
All right, so Senator Lavender, did you make that motion, or are you requesting another individual do it?
Yes, I make that motion.
All right, so Senator Lavender moved to have a 2 minute recess. And within that 2-minute recess, the hope is that Senator Alvarez will reach out to Jewish students. And with that being said, is there a second to that motion?
Yes, so seconded. So
All
seconded.
right. And are there any objections to this 2-minute recess? Senator Porter?
Thank you, Mr. President. I object, and may I very briefly explain why?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you. All the senators knew that this resolution was going to be coming up for discussion and a vote today, and I don't think it is prudent to waste the Senate's time to give the sponsor of this amendment the opportunity to do something that he should have already done.
All right. So with that being said, there is an objection to the motion. So Senator Lavender, I am going to refer back to you and ask you if you would like to withdraw your motion to recess for 2 minutes.
No, I do not. I do not think that consulting Jewish community leaders is a waste of time.
Okay, so with that being said, I do not believe that this is a debatable motion, and therefore you are in line to vote, and you will do so now. Yes means go recess. No means no recess. Abstention means absence of a vote. So yeah, just vote accordingly. Sorry about the awkward silence, guys. All senators, please make sure you voted. All right. So all senators, please do not change your vote. I am now recording them all. All right, senators, the motion to recess for 2 minutes has been approved by the Senate, and we are in a 2-minute recess starting at 9:15 and will return at 9:17. So please use this time wisely. All right, senators, the recess has ended. So please, if you can have your video on, turn it on. We are back. It is 9:17. The 2-minute recess is up. So with that being said, welcome back, guys. I do hope we're all still here. And yeah, we are in the first round of pro in regards to the amendment. And so we will be back at that, but I do see somebody has a point. Senator Selva, you had a point?
I don't know if this is point of personal privilege or clarification, but could the sponsor of the amendment please share which student leaders of Jewish student organizations and or communities that he consulted with?
It's a point of inquiry and definitely a plausible question. And sponsor Alvarez, you may respond.
Since the calling of the recess, I've received several emails, primarily students either citing themselves individually as Jewish students at Florida State University, a handful citing their affiliation with the Jewish Student Union, and one or two with Hillel. Additionally, I attempted to reach out to one of the e-board members via phone call of the Jewish Student Union, but was not answered.
All right, thank you, Senator Alvarez. With that being said, we are in the first round of pro to the amendment, which is showcased on the screen. Yeah, so you guys can see the amendment. We have 2 minutes and 50 seconds in the first round of pro. And so again, if anybody would like to speak, please raise your hand so I can recognize you. Senator Gapalo.
Yeah, point of inquiry for the sponsor of the amendment. Could you share with the rest of the Senate the tenor or the tone of the Jewish students who have reached out to you, what their tone of opinion on this amendment was?
Of the messages I've received, most of them spoke in support of the definition coming from the IHRA.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Murcia, would you like to speak in pro or are you making a point?
I'm actually going to make a motion. Can I move for a quorum call to make sure all senators are back from break?
Yes, and for a quorum call, we do have to take I believe it's 2 minute, correct me if I'm wrong.
3 minutes.
It's 3 minutes. It's 3 minute break so we'll be taking another 3 minutes to ensure that we can call, but is there a second to Senator Murcia's motion for a quorum call? Or does it need a second? I don't believe it does. I think it automatically takes. Senator Porter. All right, with that being said, the motion for a quorum call is accepted by the chair, and therefore we will be taking 3 minutes to allow for senators to get back on the call if they have left, and I will be doing a quorum call, which is basically a roll call to ensure that we have everybody here. So that will take 3 minutes. So at 9:24, we will do the quorum call. So with that, I guess just sit tight, guys. Okay, welcome back for a second time, guys. Hopefully we get it right this time. So we will be doing a quorum call. And basically all that is I will be doing what I did prior in the sense that it'll be like a roll call. So when I say your name, senators, please, please, please raise your hand. So with that being said, we're doing a quorum call. Senator Adamik. Senator Murcia. Senator Macmillan. Senator McKay. Senator Quillilan. Senator Akonda. And Senator Quillilan, if you are here, please raise your hand. Senator Bateman. Senator Hinks. I believe Senator Hinks left. Oh, she's still here. Thanks for pulling through, Senator Hinks. Senator Little. Senator Lavender. Senator Selva. Senator Colvin. Please all raise your hand so I know that you are here so that this quorum call does not last longer than it needs to. Senator Rossi. Senator Mouget. Senator Tillman. Senator Wilkinson, Senator Palacios, Senator England, and Senator Wang. Senator Yanam, Lowry, Shanahan, and Easer. Senator Shanahan, I do not see. Senator Easer, welcome to the party. Senator Ryan, do not see on the call. Senator Alvarez. Senator Gipalo, Lecky, Sam, and Gonzalez. Ashley Gonzalez, to be more accurate. Senator Denton, not on the call. Senator Martin, Senator Adams, Senator Dotson, and Senator Garcia. Senator Bogle, Senator Diaz, Senator Alexander, Senator Krueger, and Senator Dean. Senator Krueger. Senator Alexander, are you on the call? Senator, do not see him. Senator Sylvia, Senator Kuznier, Senator Ascanio Martinez, Murray, Medley Nera, and Tooks. All right, Senator Ross, Senator Chabot, Senator Peter Mouget, Senator Gabadage, Senator Gabriel, and Senator Waters. Senator Stinson, Senator Robert Gonzalez, Senator Rudd, and Senator Porter. All right. And then last but not least, Senator Mariah Kill, who is not present. Okay, guys, give me one moment so I can count all of these yeses to ensure we do have quorum because this is a quorum call. All right, based off the quorum call, we have 44 senators on the call. So I'm expecting 44 votes each time we do something now. So please make sure you're voting. And with that being said, we are back in the first round of pro. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. If anybody would like to speak in the first round of pro in regards to the amendment, which I will reshare my screen. Yeah. Senator Lavender, do you wish to speak in pro, or do you have a point?
No, I'd like to speak in pro.
All right, give me 1 moment so I can share the amendment, but you may go ahead whenever ready.
Yeah, so I want to speak in pro of this amendment. I had a few calls and texts, like just right now, with a lot of students, and I think that they would prefer to see that this resolution be passed, even if the definition looks different. I would also like to mention, though, that as senators, our job is to reach out to communities and make sure that they're represented the way that they want to be, and so I hope that we can do a better job of that in the future. I yield.
All right, thank you, Senator Yields, with 2 minutes and 23 seconds left in the first round of pro. Are there any other senators wishing to speak? If there is, please raise your hand to do so. All right, seeing none, we are in the first round of con. Would anybody like to speak in the first round of con? Senator Selva would like to speak in the first round of con. In regards to this amendment, you may go ahead. I'm sorry, you're muted. Oh no, you weren't muted.
I don't really know where to start with this, seeing that mostly those in support of this amendment, I'm not going to say everyone, are not members of the Jewish community and aren't members of Jewish student organizations, nor were they consulted for this amendment. This resolution, like, it was put forward for them, and you're taking it upon yourself to change it? I yield my time.
Senator Yields 2 minutes and 32 seconds in the first round of con. Senator Gonzalez, did you want to speak in con?
I did.
All right.
So when the recess was called, I wanted to actually look up and familiarize myself with the definition to see the similarities between this definition and the IHRA definition. They do have similar examples. They don't have some of the examples that are more problematic and conflicting to some communities, but it is worrisome while I was looking it over. If you go to point 7, number 3, number 2, it says, applying a double standard to Israel by requiring behavior of Israel that is not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, which is a part of the original definition, but then the Florida state added, or focusing peace or human rights investigations only on Israel. And I think that addition, which first of all wasn't even in the preliminary definition, is very problematic in terms of, we are here to represent every single community, every single voice on campus, especially those that have reached out to me personally and saying that you cannot call for peace or call for an investigation on human rights violations that are factually happening right now is absurd. It's absolutely absurd, and I will not adopt a definition that has that. And with that, I yield.
Senator Yields 1 minute to the first round of con. Any other senators wishing to speak? Sorry, the chat is like taking up half the screen for some reason. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I kind of just want to build off of what the Double Vice Chair Gonzalez said. There is genuine anti-Semitism, and we're here to address that. But the highlighting of Palestinian suffering, the imparting of facts and information on how they are being oppressed should not be considered as something that should anyway be limited in fact that it might cause offense to Jews. In the Florida statutory version, as well as the IRHA version, you're gifting Israel with clear legal immunity to commit clear human rights violations. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Yield, with 25 seconds. Before I recognize the next speaker in con, I'm getting a lot of messages about people turning on their cameras. So if senators, if you can turn on your camera, I urge you to do so. However, I cannot force you to, and I do understand that sometimes there are technical difficulties and some people may not have the ability to turn their camera on. But if you are, please do so to allow the concerned students, to stop messaging about cameras, because I can't see any of the other messages people are sending. But again, they want you to hear them, to see them. And so if you can turn on your camera, please do. And if you can't, and so with that being said, Senator England.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got 20 seconds, so I'll make it quick. I just don't think if they are the same thing, which we're being told, I don't see why we should be changing it. The IRHA definition sends a stronger message, having it in the resolution versus saying Florida statutory definition. And so I think that we should stick with the IRHA definition, considering they're the same.
Senator England, oh, perfect. Your time has expired. With that being said, we are now at the end of the first round of con in regards to the amendment. I am willing to accept a motion in regards to calling the question. However, if anybody would still like to speak, you can object and we can ask whoever makes the motion, if they choose to do so, to withdraw. However, if there are no motions, we will be moving into the second round of pro. Senator Kuznier.
Move to call the question.
Is there a second to call the question? Senator Vogel.
I second that, if there aren't other people that would like to speak.
All right. Are there any objections to the motion to call the question? Senator Porter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I object. I believe that there are more people who wish to speak on this issue.
All right. So with that being said, do you object? Senator Kuznier, do you withdraw your motion based off the objection, or do you intend to keep your motion?
I just got unmuted. If there are people who want to speak, I'll rescind my motion.
All right, thank you. With that being said, we are now in the second round of pro with 3 minutes. And if any senators would like to speak in the second round of pro, please raise your hand to do so. Senator Chabot, you're recognized.
Hi. So I'm speaking in pro because of one word in the current language that is unamended, and that's working. I believe that may cause us problems in the future should we adopt this resolution, and that definition is changed by the IHRA to something that further limits freedom of speech for our Palestinian and anti-Israeli students. And so with that, I feel more comfortable adopting a definition that is set in statutes rather than one that can be changed. With that, I yield.
All right, thank you. Senator yields with 2 minutes and 24 seconds in the second round of pro. Would anybody else like to speak in the second round of pro on the amendment? Seeing none, the second round of pro has been expired. With that being said, we are now in the second round of con. And this round of con has 3 minutes as well. And Senator England, if you would like to speak, this will be your second time speaking. And so on this amendment. So just, if we keep moving forward, you won't be able to speak again. So you are recognized.
I was actually going to make a motion to call the question if nobody else wanted to speak.
Got it. Senator Porter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to speak in opposition to this amendment. The language is the same. I understand that the current definition of anti-Semitism is causing a lot of uncertainty, but to fix it by just saying, changing, what definition we're referring to when the actual definition is the same is just papering over the issue. It's a way for some people to say, look, we're actually hearing people without actually doing anything. And for people who take issue with the IHRA definition, I would like to draw your attention to the briefing document that Patrick Martin from the Torchlight Policy Institute sent out to all senators before the meeting, where under the IHRA definition, the statement, Israel's policies are committing a genocide on Palestinians, is not considered anti-Semitic. Stating a fact is not considered anti-Semitic. Now, if you were to make the claim that Israel is the only country in the world committing a genocide, that would be considered anti-Semitic. So I do not believe that the IHRA definition is problematic in that sense. And I don't believe that changing what you're referring to when the definition itself is the same is helpful for anyone And so therefore I will be voting against this amendment, and I would hope the rest of you would do so as well. And I yield.
Senator yields 1 minute and 48 seconds. Would anybody else like to speak in the second round of con? Senator Selva, would you like to speak in the second round of con?
Seeing,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. Seeing that this definition was written for the mere purpose of bringing awareness and attention to the causes and consequences of the Holocaust, I don't understand, like, why should we extract our campus when it's been adopted by almost a little, maybe over 30 nations and states to strengthen the moral commitments of society? And like, I don't understand why there is so much opposition to this. I think I implore all of you to read the resolution in its entirety to fully understand why this is included. Thank you, I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Senator. You yield with 1 minute and 9 seconds to the second round of con. Anybody else wishing to speak in the second round of con? Oh, sorry, that's my email. Senator Porter, did you have a point?
A motion. Seeing that there were no other hands raised, I move to call the question.
All right, with that being said, Senator Kuznier, do you second?
So seconded.
All right, with that being said, are there any objections to the calling of the question? Seeing none, Sponsor Alvarez, you have 3 minutes and 4 seconds for your closing whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can make it clear, as clear as I can to members of the public and to the Senate itself, this amendment and my reasoning for its proposal has nothing to do with my approval, disapproval, content, or discontent with the IHRA definition or the Florida statutory definition. The reason I propose this amendment is, as many of the senators who I've been working with know, I care about citations. When I work within the Senate, when I'm proposing my own pieces of legislation, when I'm helping younger senators with their work, I do my best to bring to light the relevant aspects of our governing documents when I make my case. And so to that end, I believe that it's in the best interest of the Senate to ensure that our whereas clauses on all of our resolutions are statements of fact and non-controversial. There are students who have brought forward concerns about the IHRA definition, and there are students who wholly believe that the IHRA definition is the best way to move forward with this resolution. But the existence of that contrast is evident to me that we need to find a different solution. And to that end, that's why I brought this amendment forward. You cannot disagree with the fact that statute 1000.5 states that definition as our Florida state definition for what anti-Semitism is. And the whereas clause, should this amendment be adopted, will be a statement of fact. And that is why I believe it is in the best interest of the Senate to move forward with this amendment so that we may then proceed with the passage of Resolution 59 at large, so that then we may, as a student government and as a student body, continue the fight to end anti-Semitism in all of its forms on and off campus. I ask for your support on this amendment by voting yes. And with its passage, I will stand arm in arm as a colleague and as a peer with the sponsors of this resolution for its passage. And so with that, Mr. President, I waive the remainder of my time.
All right, sponsor waives 1 minute and 3 seconds of his time in regards to this amendment about the whereases in the IHRA definition being replaced with Florida statutory definition. With that being said, I have shared the screen so everybody can get an opportunity to look at the amendment one last time, see what it says, see what your thoughts are, and see how you intend to vote. With that being said, voting yes means you support the, I'm sorry, somebody was pointing, but voting yes means you support the amendment. Voting no means you do not support the amendment, and abstaining is an absence of a vote, which also means, to some extent there's a moral conflict, and which is why you can't. What's up, Senator Kuznier?
The screen, Mr. President. Somebody's writing on the screen.
Yeah.
Pally. Well, it's not inappropriate. It's okay. I do my best to. I can't see the screen when I'm sharing it. It's like, I don't know if you guys have ever
I
shared.
didn't know what they were going to write, so I simply wanted to advise you.
Yeah. I appreciate that it wasn't anything derogatory. However, it is still out of line. I'm sharing the screen again. Hopefully that person calms down. With that being said, this is the amendment. And so please vote yes, no, abstention based off of that. With that being said, I am expecting 44 votes, senators, and as of now, looking at the numbers, those don't equal 44. All right, senators, I am about to record the vote, so please keep your vote where it is so I can record it appropriately. Senator Lavender, can you guys lower your hand if you're raising it? Because if you have your hand raised, I cannot see your vote and I cannot record it. So please lower your hands until after the vote so I can address whatever concern you may have. So the vote reads 12 yes, 26 nay, and 3 abstentions. With that being said, the amendment fails. Therefore, these whereases are remained untouched. With that being said, we are still in the first round of pro on the resolution itself. Any senators? Senator Alvarez.
A point of information to the sponsor. Sorry, didn't know if I was muted or not. A point of information to the sponsors of the resolution. In the practice of the Senate, do whereas clauses have binding authority onto the student government or to the student Senate as compared to resolve clauses?
Sponsors, you may answer. Please raise your hand so you can do so. I'm gonna look y'all up so you can get unmuted. Adam.
To answer your question, I would not know. I would refer that to the Attorney General who's on this call.
All right, with that being said, Senator Alvarez, does your question, has it been answered, do you think, or would you like to refer your question to the Attorney General?
As my question was directed to the sponsors, I find that sufficient.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. With that, we are again in line in the first round of pro on resolution 59. Senator Kuznier.
I think at this point, the senators,
Are you speaking
resolution
pro resolution 59? I apologize. I didn't know so I can start the clock or not.
Yeah, you can start. It's speaking round of pro. This resolution's been on for a while. Senators have looked at it for a while. It is in the best shape that it could be in, and I believe that it just, at this point, we need to pass it and do what's right for our constituents and FSU as a whole. I yield my time.
All right, Senator yields 2 minutes and 44 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator Dean.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to propose an amendment that has been forwarded to the SGA Senate President email.
I am sharing it.
And this is in effect to the mentioned whereas clauses.
All right, with that being said, is there a second to that motion? Chair Waters.
So seconded.
All right, with that being said, are there any objections? Senator Bogle, are you objecting?
Yes, I am.
All right, duly noted. With that being said, sponsors, Adamik, Rudd, do you find the motion friendly, unfriendly?
We find it friendly.
Find it friendly. All right, so with that, the motion has been accepted, and therefore the resolution has been amended to strike out the word, well, the last name Dereldick, and instead we'll say the Senate President. And so with that being said, the amendment passed, so now we are moving forward into back into the first round of pro, where there's 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Yeah, Senator Stinson.
I want it to be known that anti-Semitism has no place on this campus. This resolution is not to discuss the Israeli-Palestine conflict, but to protect Jewish students from hate speech. I find it appalling that the thought of this definition of anti-Semitism is being weaponized to any degree. This definition is a non-legally binding definition, meaning its purposes are to guide and educate people on the meaning of anti-Semitism and how it's conveyed. There is nothing regarding anything to do with Palestine. And as Senator Porter said earlier, you can say things about Israel and it's not deemed anti-Semitic. Again, anti-Semitism has no place on this campus, so as any form of hate, and I solely, wholeheartedly agree that this resolution needs to be passed tonight. With that, I yield.
All right, sponsor yields with 2 minutes in the first round of pro for resolution 59. Senator England.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly say that, just as we last week discussed standing up for international students, I think it's just as important to stand up for Jewish students and other kind of minority groups on campus. They've come out in their numbers to voice their concerns to us. We are all elected to serve and to represent the student body. And so, I am proud tonight to be supporting this resolution and to support our Jewish students at Florida State. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Senator, you yield with 1 minute and 39 seconds to the first round. To the first round of, or second round of pro. I apologize. Or no, we're still in the first round of pro. Sorry guys, it's been a long night. My words are starting to mix. And the rounds are just starting to become the same thing. I do apologize again. With that being said, Senator Alvarez, you're recognized to speak in this round of pro. And you have
actually, it is a point of order, Mr. President. From my understanding, when the amendment was proposed, an individual senator had objected. And so if there's an objection and the sponsor of the amendment does not withdraw, it's then subject to debate.
Even if the sponsors of the resolution itself found it friendly?
That is correct.
All right, with that being said, you said it's debatable, or can we just vote on it?
I believe it's a debatable motion, as would any other amendment.
Sorry, I think I muted you. My bad. So with that, we will move back to the amendment in regards to removing my name, Dereldick. And so with that being said, we are in the, Lord, I'm just at this point baffled. Senator Bogle, I believe you'll get a moment to present, or well, let me see. Who made the motion to originally be? It was Senator Dean, correct?
Yes, Mr. President, I withdraw my objection. For
All
the
right.
sole, and do you mind if I give us a short reason why?
If it's very brief, if it's
Yes.
not for you.
I would just like to not waste any more time and get this resolution passed and get on to more business. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So with that being said, Senator Dean.
Yeah, so I guess that was kind of ironic, however, but because this is taking up more time and it was already accepted by the sponsors, so this is kind of redundant. I believe dwelling in the past does not help you improve the future, and that's exactly what that is being done in those whereas clauses. The sponsors have found it friendly, so I don't understand any objection. I really wish we would move forward. It's almost 10 p.m. We've been on for 5 hours now and have accomplished no business, nor have we accomplished any business in this entire summer Senate, which is quite disheartening because I very much am proud to be a senator representing the student body. So on that effect, I really wish we can blow past this and just continue on to hear if any other senators would like to propose an amendment, and I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dean. With that being said, we are not going anywhere. We are back in the first round of pro with 1 minute and 39 seconds on regards to Resolution 59. So the amendment has been adopted because Senator Vogel withdrew his objection. And so the amendment in regards to my last name, Dadadik, is we're straight. We're moving forward. And so with that being said, if any senators would like to speak in the first round of pro, you have 1 minute 39 seconds. Senator Stinson, recognizing you spoke once, you only have one more time to speak. If you'd like to make a point, that's something different.
I did not mean to have my hand raised.
No worries, Cole. You're good. Senator Lecky.
I rise on Zoom.
Are you
in full
in pro? I apologize.
Yes, in pro.
Got it.
Okay.
Minute 39
Good.
seconds.
Okay, yeah, so I rise in pro of this resolution. I think that it's important for the Senate to take a strong, definitive stand against anti-Semitism. And as somebody who helped write the resolution denouncing the sale of Nazi propaganda on our campus, I know that the Senate can take these stands against anti-Semitism, and it's time for us to step up and do it again. So I strongly support this resolution, and with that, I yield.
Senator Silva, you're recognized with 1 minute and 17 seconds left with the first round of pro.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
So I wanted to share a poem that was sent to me that I think would sit well with everyone. First they came for the communists and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. This resolution and its passing is vital in that Jewish students need representation and security and to be assured that we acknowledge their pain and their suffering that they have experienced within their culture and that we're not invalidating their experiences. So I implore you all to please vote yes on this resolution. I yield my time.
All right, thank you for that. Senator yields 30 seconds to the first round of pro. Senator Vogel, would you like to use those 30 seconds?
Yes, very briefly, I will say I want to apologize on behalf of myself as a senator that more was not done for the Jewish community on this. I attempted for more to be done, but it wasn't, and I think this resolution is a middle ground to that, and I think reprimanding the actions of our Senate President, comparing contemporary Israeli.
Time has expired. Thank you for speaking within those 30 seconds. With that being said, we are now in the second round of con. Yeah, Senator Sam, Chair Sam.
Yes, President Darldeek, I'd like to propose an amendment that was sent to your email.
Yes, sir. Give me one moment to pull it up. Okay, got it pulled up. Is there a second to that amendment that is being pulled up? Hopefully you guys can see it. Participants. Senator Waters.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. So seconded.
All right, with that being said, are there any objections on the amendment? Senator Silva? No. All right, Senator Sam and Waters are the ones who made the motion. Therefore, there's no objection. Chair Adam Meek, as well as Rudd, as well as Selva, sponsors, do you find this amendment friendly, not friendly? I would really appreciate it if you guys could raise your hand so I could unmute you. You're unmuted, Senator Rudd.
Okay.
Do you find it friendly or not friendly?
Can you give me 1 second?
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Senator Silva, did you want to speak as a sponsor? Okay, no worries. Senator Rudd and Adamik, if you guys wanted, I don't know how you're feeling. I just, you know.
I'm going to say not friendly just so we can debate this.
All right. So with that being said, you know, this amendment is going to be discussed just like a bill would be, and just like any of the prior amendments. So this would be video number 4. All right. Senator Sam, you have 5 minutes to your opening whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, President Darldeek. I did reach out and given the sponsors' answer to my question earlier, if SJP and other organizations like SJP were consulted, because it was no, I don't believe that adding uniting Jewish, Israeli, and Palestinian communities on campus, as this resolution is dealing with anti-Semitism and the Jewish community, as well as in the action plan at be it resolved clauses, there is no goal or action plan that regards the Palestinian community. So I don't think that it is effective to mention them in this resolution in any way, shape, or form. I also did consult with SJP before I proposed this amendment.
All right, with that being said, sponsor yields 4 minutes and 10 seconds to his closing. Are there any technical non-debatable questions in regards to this amendment? If there are none, is there a motion to move into rounds of pro and con? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to enter into pro-con.
All right, with that being said, Senator Kuznier, do you second the motion to move into pro-con debate? All right, with that, are there any objections to moving into pro-con debate? Seeing none, we are in the first round of pro with 3 minutes on the clock for this amendment. Senator Gonzalez.
Yeah, I think I wanted to just support this amendment because of 2 things. Well, 3. First off, they weren't even consulted. That community, the Palestinian community, was not even consulted. So I don't know how you want to unite all those voices if the resolution itself is conflicting to those voices. It's very hypocritical, in my opinion. And there has been quite the commentary saying that it's not an Israeli and Palestinian issue, but an anti-Semitism issue. So with you mentioning uniting Israel and Palestinian voices, you know, that kind of reaffirms that there's a different side of this that it extends further than anti-Semitism. And I feel like if we do remove this, it just better backs up your point that it is strictly about anti-Semitism, about protecting Jewish voices and protecting their rights and their freedoms and, you know, their ability to feel safe on campus. So that is something that should very much be acknowledged. And I think just to reaffirm on the point that, you know, Palestinian voices are offended by this definition of the IHRA. So if they're offended by it, then how do you plan on uniting something that in its premise, in its foundation, in its heart, excludes their voices? And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Gonzalez. You yield 1 minute and 26 seconds to the first round of pro in regards to this amendment. Would any other senators like to speak in pro of this amendment? Seeing none, we are now in the first round of con with 3 minutes. Would anybody like to speak in con of this amendment? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to call the question. Senator Kuznier.
I move to call the question.
Senator Chair Waters.
So seconded.
All right, with that being said, Sponsor, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds for your closing whenever you're ready. And once you finish your closing, we will be in line to vote. Senator Kuznier, did you have a point?
I did not. My hand never went down. I apologize.
No worries. So with that being said, Chair Sam, whenever you're ready, you have 4 minutes and 10 seconds. But I do need to unmute you, so if you could raise your hand.
Yeah, of course. Just for the sake of time, like I said, I already just don't think that it's necessary to include Palestinian communities on this resolution, considering we're dealing with the Jewish community and anti-Semitism. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right, with that being said, his time has expired. And now, senators, you are in line to vote on this amendment. It is in front of you. It would be removing in the whereas and to work to unite the Jewish, Israeli, and Palestinian communities on campus. And so a vote yes means you support the amendment. A vote no means you do not support this amendment. And a vote of go faster is an abstention. So with that in mind, please vote, senators. And again, reminder, 55 minutes away from 11 p.m. I do truly hope that we will be able to end at that time because, again, we start at 5 p.m. All senators, please make sure you cast a vote. I am now going to begin to record the vote. So please do not start switching.
Hey, you want something to drink? I'm chilling, bro. I haven't even eaten yet.
You want something to drink?
You
don't want something to drink?
No, I have my water gallon.
So vote reads 36 yay, 1 nay, and 5 abstentions. With that, this amendment is adopted and will be added to Resolution 59 in regards to excluding that specific part of the whereas. With that being said, we are in the first round of con on Resolution 59 with 3 minutes left on the clock. So if anybody else would like to speak in the first round of con, or if anybody would like to make any motions, any more amendments, please do so now. Senator Gonzalez. Oh, no, she's not up. Senator Dean.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am trying to propose an amendment, except, and I'm going to send it right now, except I'm just having trouble wording it precisely. But the extent, just to save time, would be to replace the IRHA definition of anti-Semitism with the JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace definition.
All right. With that being said, whenever you send that amendment, I will recognize you to make that motion, unless you want to make that motion now, and then send the email. That is up to you, Chair Dean.
I'm gonna send it now. It's more of an analysis of the entire situation rather than an exact definition. But I feel that, well, I rather leave that up. Never mind.
All right. No worries, Chair Dean. Whenever you are ready and send it my way, just let me know. But beyond that, we are still in the first round of con. If anybody would like to speak in the first round of con on Resolution 59. Seeing none, Senator Dean, Senator Silva, did you wish to speak in con? All right. Senator Dean, do you wish to make your motion?
Am I still unmuted? Yes. in a moment. I rather have my full thoughts in order before halving something.
All right.